Good morning, everyone. Let me get the Greeks up real quick. All right. How you guys doing? I don't know if I'm well rested. I am rested. Holy fuck, that's a face I'd sit on. I know you would, Carl. But that's just because you were too tired from standing. Are you Zenish on OPEX? We'll see what happens. I don't like FINRA deferrals, so I'm irritated until I see covering. I'll probably be cranky most of the week. What's up, titty titty bang bang? How you doing? Any thoughts on quants being able to check XRT cash on hand as an indicator? It's an interesting one. We'll see what happens with it. It's kind of reported after the fact, so it's not gonna help us up front necessarily. Cosim's interesting. I don't know if it's gonna run more or not. It could. I'd worry about liquidity, especially given that it's a penny stock. Upstart going to 35.89 this week. Let's fucking go. Let's see what happens. How are futures looking this morning? Not great. Still around that like 39.70 level. Ooh, my straddle. HSI rebounded pretty hard last night. So did Shenzhen and CN50. Baba's probably up this morning. What's Baba doing? Oh yeah, Baba's up 5%. Nice. That could be fun. Maybe. We'll see. Switch this to SPX. Nope. That one did. Using my milestone chat to say good morning and good luck to everyone. May Lady VWAP shine on us all. Thanks, gherkin mods, for all you do every day. Thanks, still Dan. I appreciate it, man. Do you expect SPX to be range bound today in anticipation of JPOW tomorrow? Probably, although I think the shorts overextended a little yesterday, so maybe some upside in the earlier half of today with more like delta neutral positioning coming into the end of the day. You see Upstart ever squeezing to XXX? Is it even in the realm of the possibility? I mean, I guess. Sure. It's not out of the realm of possibility, but I don't think it's gonna happen. Cosm is a FinTwit pump and dump. Basically, you got in, it's 0.06 and 10. Good for you. I'm gonna stay away and it'll go to $3. But if I buy it, it'll immediately be delisted. It's had like it's been on Reg SHO like 100% of the last 30 trading days, which is kind of interesting. I just I haven't dug into their like any sources of potential liquidity. I don't know if they have a shelf offer or warrants, and without digging into that, I have no interest in fucking with it. Didn't Upstart already squeeze to XXX? Therefore, you can see it in the price history. Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, technically it did. I might go over some of that a little bit later. Yeah, it does look like Upstart IV is bumping up a little bit. Is Upstart 45 realistic? More? I mean, Gamma Max is at 25, right? So, I don't really like setting price targets above that or more than like 10 to 15% above that. If I see Gamma Max rising more, like say today we run up to 23 and Gamma Max rises to 32 tomorrow. That's really exciting. But until I see that kind of movement, I'm not really going to target higher than 10 to 15% above Gamma Max. I like having to move charts down. That's always fun. See what SPX looks like here. Nope, I don't want any of those. Nor do I want the 1 hour. See, I think SPX can bounce here. Ooh, can it? Very interesting, like flat open. Let's go with like 56. Let's try. Ooh. Hmm. Loading up Gen 100 Cs because you said for sure 3-digit prices. Oh, Jesus Christ. I did not say that. Although, I do like the current look of things. Hold on. Let's see what FPX levels are here. Go. Gamma flip is at 39.82. Can we even test that? A slightly spicier morning than I expected. Yeah, Upstart is pricing in my what? I lost it. Baba doing okay. Cool. Yeah, usually Baba has a little bit of like OPEX-ish exposure. Fubo's getting kind of spicy this morning. It's almost at like 1 million volume already. GME, not so much. Just curious. I'm thinking about getting into more positions on Upstart today. I mean, I'm definitely not going to do it right now while IV's spiking and the price is running up. Huh. Did you go over the CC strategy for Jimmy upcoming earnings, December 7th? Not yet. See how it looks as we approach it. Obviously, it limits the amount of time you can sell calls. Like you can really only sell them out to the I guess you could sell them out to the December 9th expiry, but they'll get more expensive to buy back. So yeah, the December 2nd expiry is kind of where they have to be sold, which is a bit annoying. Which would mean we would have to run this week. Otherwise, the opportunity to sell them is going to be kind of missed. Or you have to sell them out of, like, way out of the money. Oh, I could do that. Alright, so 39.70 is positive, but pretty weak. Gamma flip points at 39.82. I don't know if we're going to have enough pressure to move up and test that or not. I'm not a big fan of the amount of consolidation going on here. Although the trend is nice. Volume is dying down on this push, though. This could just be some morning clearing again. Be wary of that. How much volume do you expect for covering on Upstart? I mean, it could start as just a trickle. I think the more important than volume at these prices is price improvement. I think price improvement will lead to volume. Gamma flip on Upstart, let's say 1739, but it's probably skewed. Let me see if I can see what the skew adjusted value is. Skew adjusted value is 1827. Yeah. Oh, that's interesting. Skew adjusted value at the end of yesterday was 1827, more specifically. Huh. There's a lot of puts at $20, which are cutting it real close right now. Yeah, that 1827 number keeps coming up a lot. Yesterday's closing price, the FINRA 80F orders that were on the tape yesterday. Skew adjusted yesterday was at close, yes. Closing OI. I'd like to remind you, Hi-Fi, as the price rockets today, to be as smug as you deserve to be. There was never any question about my smugness, nor its potential. Smug was always on the menu. Angel number 1827 tells you that you have the skills and talents to be a spiritual teacher, healer, and or leader, and the ability to counsel. It's a good thing I haven't started a cult based around losing money. Any thoughts on why BTU is up 6%? Because it's the best. That's another one of the stocks I own. Just saying. If I extended my shorts down to my ankles, are they now long shorts or shorted pants? Also, is it my birthday? It's my birthday, so I wish to be mod for the day. Thanks in advance for the kind gesture. I'm not modding you, ever. A happy birthday, though. And I guess that would depend on the flexibility of the waistband. But happy birthday to you, Kendra. I hope you make big white. Enough to at least put out your birthday candles. Here's the deal. If Upstart hits $30 today, I'm buying a prescription monocle. I'm going to wear it probably for a while. Like Mr. Peanut. No, I don't wear glasses. I have 20/20 vision. Schmuck? No, that's the jam. I'm talking about the peanut guy. Get 2 monocles, you deserve it. Ooh, am I gonna get out my puts? So they filled a gap and then left a gap? Huh. This isn't a whole lot of covering yet. Yet the price has gone up quite a bit. I like it. Do you have any preferred monocle and top hat vendors? No, but I'll do my research. Do you think we should be watching to possibly proceed a rug pull? Maybe the price? What Upstart mean inversing SPX? Well, I would say that the rising volume on Upstart would indicate that we're seeing some sort of covering occur. More and more covering as the price rises more and more. The market maker is beginning to price up IV, which is probably going to lead to increased volatility and increased volume. It's still on fucking Reg SHO. As of last night, so that's kind of exciting too. Which means that in order to short right now, they either need to use their ETFs, which have very limited liquidity, or they need to start buying puts, puts that are being driven out of the money. So that's kind of cool too. And buying puts also increases IV. The only thing we know is that if Upstart hits 30, Zakir's about to have his 19th kid around 9 months from today. That's pretty accurate, yeah. Zakir, if nothing else, fucks. Hey, Zakir's wife. How you doing? Awkward. He must have a killer hog. I mean, why do you think I modded him? Should I sell some of my ZOM and buy more Upstart than you all via one block order? I don't know if you could buy more Upstart than... I don't know how much ZOM you have, though, to be fair. But I don't know if you could buy more than me at this... Well, not cheaply at this point. Even my underwater calls are almost up. Look how little effort it took. Although these December 25s could really use some help. Fubo, same basket? Yeah. Oh, hey. Vupsong at 20. Okay. What level is going to be most difficult for Upstart? Hmm. 20 is a bit rough. So I do feel like... interesting. I think we might just smash it, though. We do have some fairly nice momentum here. What's the love for GMA? It's a little slower to the party. But it's also not on Reg SHO. So, you know, they can still short GMA. Does the Upstart run pressure shorts on GMA, or are these two different sets of players? I would say they're probably largely the same people. Is this OPEX? Volume is looking kind of compelling. It may be. I'm very happy about us going up, even though SPX isn't performing that well. GME volume's still really low, but GME needs to pressure kind of higher levels before it can move up, or at least before it starts to get some hedging in its favor. Gamma neutral on GME is like right about where we're trading. This says the gamma flip point's 25.57, but I think our value's probably more accurate. Yeah, Jimmy's big wall is at like, well, 27 to 30, really, is kind of rough. But if we start pushing into that, it'll change the hedging landscape a little bit and probably give us some extra volume, if nothing else. Gherkin, I'm pretty upset. I'm only up 60% on my BTU positions I entered yesterday. Can I get a refund? I'm sorry Pickle's picks are so shitty. Stonk lover. I know, less than 100% returns in one day is... I'm ashamed. I'm sorry. In your ideal scenario, how does Upstart moon like Jimmy in Gen 2021? I don't think it will. But it can move up a lot. Can you pro con exercising in the money calls versus selling contracts and buying shares? Um, you force a locate when you exercise. So, you know, if they're trying to get locates, you can really fuck them over, but it needs to be done in mass, and you sacrifice your profits on extrinsic value. So if you're deep enough in the money, it's fine because all your extrinsic value in the contract's mostly gone at that point. But you need to be really, really deep in the money, like very, very high delta for that to be the case. ZOM greater than BTU. Maybe. Not really the same, though. Terrible comparison. Futures look pretty fucking bullish. SPX is looking a little better. Oh, we have the OI update for market open. Let me check that. See what the SPX levels are looking like. See if some of the bulls came in. Okay, a little bit. A little bit of bullishness at 39.70, 39.85. Picked up a tiny bit, but also a lot of puts at 39.65 coming in. Yeah, it'll depend on if we can kind of break this level. I would like us to dip just a little bit below 39.55 though, so I can close this fucking straddle out. What sort of volume would you consider sufficient? Upstart covering at this point. Um, I think like the long shorts are roughly 25 million shares short, and the volatility shorts are roughly anywhere from like 40 to 80 million shares short. I don't think there's been any covering since May. Don't forget that most of the volume that comes in will be from hedging. If Upstart breaks 20, we're going to see a significant uptick in volume and volatility. Oil's moving up pretty nicely today. Whoever that guy was that was worried about his oxy calls yesterday, I'd imagine they look a little better this morning. No, I don't think any covering has occurred. So there were no liquidity improvements. The last time Upstart saw any liquidity improvements was on, let's see. July 8th, a little bit. But they also shorted really hard there. And then after that, it's only gotten worse, and they have not been able to get it to a level where they could begin covering again. So do with that what you will, I guess. December contracts worth holding past tomorrow if no run. No. I can... I don't know how much I can actually show you guys of that. So, that thing I wrote last night, I kind of got like a bug up my ass because something was bothering me and I started digging into it, and I think what I found was pretty compelling. But remember that when synthetic volatility positions are opened, that should check the Royal Pigeonhole Society Discord for some concerning scuttlebutt. Okay. Rotated SPX volume as a percent of total volume. Oh, I'm already aware of that. Yeah, more and more institutions are leaning on like 1 and 0 DTEs. God damn it, that is not technical analysis. Bipolar bear. So anyway, when a synthetic short position is opened, right? Shares are created either by the MM or the ETF, and that should theoretically lead to an increase in liquidity in the short term, right? Because you're creating shares, right? So you're artificially diluting the float and shorting at the same time. And so I was looking for periods where large increases in liquidity led to significant downwards drift in price action. That occurred on 2 days in May, 1 day in August, or July, to a fairly significant degree. Both of those days also led to significant fall offs in the IV on Upstart as well. So I think by using that and then the volume data contained within, I'm able to identify volatility short position entry and also determine the liquidity levels needed to exit those positions, which have not existed since those positions were entered. So right now, a lot of those positions are around $25. Any covering of that amount of volume on Upstart right now, even a fraction of that volume, would quickly drive the price above $25, which would put the shorts underwater. So that was kind of the basis for that analysis. Yeah. Did you say I'm gonna reposition? I think it's moved up enough today that I can hold off till tomorrow. I was gonna reposition them today. If it can hold these levels through the rest of the day, I feel fairly confident repositioning tomorrow on my December contracts. But if it starts to drop off too hard, I might not. Can I ask if you have BTU Greeks? Oh, I do. I definitely do. They are weird as shit. Delta neutral's at $18. Gamma Max is at 28. Um, and Gamma Neutral is at 132. $1.32. The reason being is Upstart doesn't or BTU doesn't have a lot of options expirations. So the data is really weird on it. I will say that it currently looks really bullish. Most of BTU's volume is on the lit exchange. It's not like a popular options play, right? So it has a fairly illiquid options market. Thanks, Paul. GME IVA is rising. So is Jimmy's price in a very sexy and provocative way. China COVID city to lift lockdown today. Is Apple really powerful enough to force the CCP's hand on this matter? I don't know about that, but the CCC's got a lot of protesters to arrest and put into black sites over the next 6 months. Got to get rid of that swath of the population that's vehemently against them, right? The ban on Wall Street bets of talk of Jimmy came at quite an interesting time. It did. It's not like people are going to stop paying attention to it because Wall Street bets won't talk about it. They wouldn't post my DD on Upstart either. So, missing out, I guess. They could have bought yesterday at, 95% IV30. That's because they think their opinion is better than my data. That wasn't a pun. It's okay. I understand. I'm an asshole too. How fucked are the shorts if the SPY has a 2% green day? That would not be good for them. Upstart's almost at $20 right now. That's problematic. Isn't Wall Street bets just pump and dump central? I don't even know if it's that. That's more like our short squeeze. Wall Street bets is like Elon tweeted this. I'm buying puts. It's sad. It used to be something better. Not much better, but better. They don't need to ban anything. Just need to let everyone say their piece. Possible dark pool dump at 10:30? Maybe. We'll see. It's been a long time since we sacrificed a Dan. Should we do that for OPEX? Maybe. That might not be a bad idea. You're not a Dan, Potato Tom. 18% to go. SPX looking kind of okay here. What are we targeting? I mean, really, a break of 39.70 is pretty important. Sava's moving as well. I mean, it's part of the basket. We'll see how much. I mean, it must be a good day somewhere because even fucking Bobby's up. They're still trying to keep GME in check. They blew off like a lot of obligations on AMC last week, right? I don't pay attention to it very much. Dude, tell me your true thoughts about Night Knee. I don't know how to feel about it. After repeated warnings of what Bobby's price was going to do into the near future, he refused to listen. Constantly giving in to what I would say was kindergarten level due diligence at best. And that has left him $14 underwater per share. It's sad. He won't make that mistake twice. So there's a good lesson to be learned there. Everyone should leave him the fuck alone. I don't think people should just attack him. It's kind of shitty. Put Guybrush's hat at the bottom of the last SPX candle to cause bouncies. I believe that had to have the spirit animal of the trampoline kangaroo. We'll see. If I need it, I will. I don't yet. Yes, is looking a little bit better here. God, that's so garbage. Curious. Let me see. Fix. NQ1. AMC people are funny, man. They check their phone mid-shift at the McDonald's to see if it ran. Buy the peak IV on way out of the money calls. Then get dumped on 100% of the time. And then come back for more. Are you going to start buying short-dated Upstart calls when a run really gets going? If yes, which ones? I don't know. Yes, but I don't know which ones. Probably just like at the money weeklies or something. Carl, I believe, timed you out. Dan Weekly's Arama. You're still thinking of rolling your Upstart 1216s out. I mean, the move today saved a lot of the theta burn. Not all of it, but a lot of it. And so some of my December 16s are doing a little bit better than they were, and I'll continue to hold on to them a little bit. So I mean, if we can hold these price levels or break 20 today, I'm definitely considering keeping my December 16s through tomorrow, tentatively. If I'm buying shoes at a store, should I bring my own socks or use a new pair from their shelves and put them back? New pair from the shelves and put them back. You don't want to ruin your socks and their shoes, right? Well, Pickles Penny, I think you just found out how random Carl's timeouts truly are. What is the single most important ticker to compare all other tickers to? Well, that's not a real thing. I have no idea, Mike. Carl once timed me out simply for wearing an onion as a necklace. That seems extremely rude. We started buying more Upstart calls at the first sign of a run, or if we just hold a solid price and slow gains today. Probably at the first sign of like bigger volume coming in. I don't know. Why don't you make the decision on when to buy your fucking weeklies yourself? Instead of trying to sneak it out of me by asking the same question in a different way. I just want to say thanks, Girk, for all you do. I made profit today on my weeklies. Nice, man. Congratulations. If Jfresh and Carl were to meet in real life, would their beards have a beard baby? Yes. If so, what would its name be? Frederick. Do you think GME will stabilize in this range or more shorting until next OPEX? I hope it goes up and continues to go up. Up is good. Why did the beard name have answers prepared so quickly? I don't know. I haven't thought about it a lot. I wasn't talking about weeklies. Also, you're just smarter than me, so why wouldn't I ask you? Um, yeah, I mean, a larger amount of volume coming in would be more indicative of a run, but above 20, we're going to start to see more volume come in, right? Because the hedging environment changes. So use that however you will. Is it possible for my outside 35Cs are going to be in the money? Maybe. It's unlikely, but it's possible. Carl times me out for being nice to him. I'm literally sending this in a Ko-Fi, so my name is at the top of his list for a timeout. Oh, Carl just times out everyone. If Carl times you out, it means he loves you. Or he's jealous of your testosterone levels. Both? Oh, sorry. My mistake, Carl. This seems a little OPEX-ish. There are indications that it may be. Has anybody checked MACD? I'm sorry, I mean Anemoy. Do we know if the velocity is crunching? Okay, thank God. I don't know what I'd do without slightly faster MACD. I've checked Boom Hunter Pro. Okay, so RSI is looking good. Fantastic. Bro, Anemoy had a quadruple cluster, so 4 moving averages on accelerating deceleration volume. Huge vibrations on the 1 minute. Oh wait, that's from the Taco Bell. Girk's eldest son. My uncle Carl only times me out when I tell people how he makes me bathe with him and touches my no-no square with his beard. It's a weird form of love, but it's more than I ever received from dad, so I'll take it. Quiet child. What's Anemoy? It's MACD for $250 a month. Can I post your Upstart DD to Super Stonk? If you really want to try, JC. Are you not banned yet? Not yet. You're about to be. James Rowland is a fraud hack. Post the Upstart DD, but just replace it with GME to see if any of the apes realize. Yeah, they're gonna probably fight for 20. That depends though. If SPX pops up, can they? What are they gonna fight with? Johnny LaRue. Jay Rowland has been pumping his Twitter and YouTube on the BBBY Reddit page. He finally found a group of people stupid enough to think he's worth listening to. Good for him. He should have just gone straight for AMC right off the bat. No, they deleted his post. That's fucking embarrassing. Whenever 360, 200, 180 EMA touches in a day chart, stock goes massive upside, and we're about to touch pretty soon GME, AMC, Bobby. Cool. Yep, SPX looks like it's gonna move up. Remember, gamma flip point 3982, so it could be a hard rejection there. I do like how it looks right now though. Ooh, that's very exciting. Girlfriend had a flat tire last night, needed a ride to work. Guy at work wants to have a meeting about a job next week. What's next? Passenger jet crashes into my house to prevent me from trading this. You said it, man. Oh, there's definitely going to be potential stop loss hunting. Also, the options on stocks are going to, like, the spreads are way less liquid, right? So the stops are wider. Like, stop loss hunting is way wider on individual equity hunts than it is on SPX. Welcome to the booth zone. Yep. I wonder when I get my new chair. Concern short. I've always been curious when shorts are chopped, like on Upstart. What exactly does that look like on their trading floor? Are they really chill about it and like, guess I'll cover now? Or are they biting their fingernails and cursing? I don't know the last time shorts have been truly cornered in the market. I'm not sure they're truly cornered on Upstart either. And if they run Upstart to like 35, they'll be able to get a lot of liquidity. The problem is if everyone re-enters at the bottom, they're not gonna have sufficient time to cover, right? Can you say my name when you read my questions? I just like the way you say Sean McDanry. Please and thank you. I'll consider it. Is it too early for Dick's? Yeah, it doesn't come out till after market close. I think like 6 p.m. is when Fin releases the data. Ray Shorts, best situation for them. Achio profits. The best scenario, price goes up, people sell, they're able to cover. Upstart doesn't use any of their $250 million share buyback. Two girls, one cup. Well, thank you, Dwayne the Long Johnson. How have you only been a zillionaire for 3 months? Haven't you been a zillionaire forever? I liked your smash button. Will you say my name? Sure, Walt Shillionaire. Is a friend if only one party knows of the other's existence? I like to think so. Here's some monocle money, my friend. Thank you so much, Six. It will go towards a monocle. If you look at the options data and see if a lot of put just came in on Upstart. Is that the only way to short it? The Ivy should be rising, right? Yes. It doesn't look like Ivy dropped with this drop back to VWAP. Uh, VWAP staying pretty consistently elevated with the price action too. So, you know, volumetrically, we're trading higher and higher, which is very bullish. That means that almost every level we've found today, we've found buyers. I mean, that's all shorts really are, right? It's just, they're just buyers. WeBull looks like a handy platform to trade and change limits. I have IBKR as a broker, use WeBull as chart tool. What is better, Webull or IBKR as a broker? Is it worth it to use Webull as a broker? I use both. I use IBKR for generally more advanced strategies, and I'll use like I have two Webull accounts, but I generally use it for like directional shit, like riskier plays. IBKR is obviously a lot more customizable, but Webull has some advantages. The UI is easy to use. It's their order fills are decent, not as good as IBKR, but decent. I've been a zillionaire for over a year. I don't know why it says 3 months. Okay, yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Can you put MOASS button back on the screen if Upstart breaks 25? We'll see. I don't like the psychological effect of doing that because MOASS is a fucking lie and it's done nothing but lose people money. Put call ratio on Upstart is 0.24 today. Jesus. Volume profile indicator on Webull? I haven't. Oh, I don't think I've updated that to that one yet. VW is still the most high score. Do you think there will ever be another situation like VW again? No, not really. Too many rules have changed, and yeah, probably not. I mean, it could always happen with like a buyout into a stock that's got significant short interest, but it's very unlikely. I think the thing that people don't realize about VW is that it was very, very carefully orchestrated by Porsche intentionally to cause that outcome. They made more money off that squeeze than they did in the next like 5 years from operations. Did the shorts overextend themselves yesterday? Yeah, but should close out my long side here. I don't know if we're gonna stabilize in this range. There's not a lot of calls open between like here and 39.80. So I'd be careful playing the long side of this. I still have my long side on my straddle open, but I'm in the money, so but yeah, be careful with this because this could break down. I should set some stops on that. Let's go back from a meeting. Upstart vol is dying off, and it seems like we're now at the whims of active funds. It's still possible to get more volume later, today, tomorrow. Bullish, right? Yeah. Big price increase today, and we're up almost 7%. Also, it looks like active fund pressure is kind of working in our favor, at least for now. We'll see T+2 action going into tomorrow. We may see the final resolution of settlement going into tomorrow. Are you still confident with December 30, 3600 Ps? I also have 3950s, 3900s, and 3800s for December 30th. The 3600s I bought, when we were trading at like 40.30, around there. And around like 4,000 through 40.30. I bought them over a bit of a time, but I only need it to drop hard for those to go up in value, right? I don't need them to go in the money. I hope you get that monocle, but you have to get a VWAP top hat and white bushy mustache to go with it. Noted. Do you know who's on the other side of the VW squeeze? And are they still operating? Donka. I forget the names of the funds. There's a list somewhere. There's like an article written about it, about the funds that lost money on it. Some of them are still operational. Even though they kind of internalized the whole market run. Well, they don't want to break 20, right? Is this enough price action to get them off Reg SHO? I don't think so. They need 5 consecutive days. They're right now, their rate of failures is skyrocketing. So the price of the stock running isn't to their advantage, because that's going to force them to create even more failures, right? Volume is a problem for them now because the rate of failures is so high. Like the ratio of failures to volume traded is so high that the more volume that comes in right now, the more fails they're going to have. What price action do you expect if and when forced buy-ins start for Upstart? It'll be interesting. I think volume will pick up a lot because they're going to have to start shorting into their own covering, which is rough. Nunchuck nutsack. Have you heard that Squart is actually just pee-pee? Either way, I'm ready to bathe in the golden shower of Upstart. Thanks for all the knowledge, Girk. You got it, man. Wait, is that nutsack? Is he back? Phillips Norelco shaver from Costco, either getting a 6600 or a 9600 since it's over 9,000. What do you use? I have what are they called? Um I have Oster Classic and a Baby Bliss Pro Gold. Baby Babbleless, whatever the fuck. I don't know what it's called. I'd rather just, it's better just to buy like professional clippers than to buy the like the wall ones or the Norelcos that just break after 6 months. You have to buy another one, or they're dull. Because they have like interchangeable blades. They last forever. And they're way, way better. Some of the professional wall clippers are really good. But like the ones they sell at like Target are garbage. They're definitely using the borrow pool on Upstart. Started at 150K, now down to 15. I mean, that's a good sign given that the price has been going up. It's called Babyless. The like FX series, I think. You can also get the brand, like other good brands are like I think Andis. I forget the other one. Like any of the wall professional ones are really good. Five right. Buy professional grade everything. Yep. I forgot to do my homework. Can I copy your trades? I think I'm done intraday trading. At least on this account for SPX. I transferred like 50 grand out from the SPX 0DTs over the last couple of weeks because I needed to stop G-genning 20 grand at a time into them. And I get really bored when I'm streaming. So, it wasn't a good combo. So I got it back down to, I don't know, like 20 grand of free cash. What do you think is the most dangerous period for some of these shorted stocks? CPI? Most near NYSE threshold securities or ETFs. Is it even possible for that to happen to an ETF without the managers letting it? It shouldn't be possible, but yeah, if you sustain a naked short position on the ETF for 5 consecutive days, that's, 10,000 shares or greater, then you can get the ETF you want put on Reg SHO. I mean, not all ETFs are going to allow a naked short position to stay on their ETF for 5 days, but will work for data. Thanks, Gross Publicist. I only buy professional grade stocks. Is that why trading is so hard? No. Saw a video of soldiers using model M model of mood lamps, so I get to say my depression is military grade. Are we seeing any Felix options by exercise stuff coming on Upstart to wash fails? Probably not yet, but we might. Does that make sense with the stock on Reg SHO? Yes. Belated happy birthday as well. Thanks, Steely Dan. I think we'd be seeing a lot more volume if that were the case. Upstart only at 2 million volume so far today. Um, its average 3-month volume 6, so we're still quite a ways off. Better than the last few days. I can check and see what the Philly floor looks like. It's gonna be a little bit delayed though. Give me a second. I'll look at time and sales. Summary. Nope. Exchange. Felix has about 508 trades today for about 4.6 million. Or no, 300, is that 300,000? Okay, notional 4,600
contracts. $300,000. So not a significant amount of today's volume off of Felix. By strike, I could look, see what's in the money. Not a lot in the money. Yeah, only 475 contracts in the money. So I don't think we're seeing a significant amount of washing. At least not as of 15 minutes ago. Ooh, short side's getting a little underwater here. I like that. Pull back to 39.65 maybe. There's definitely a little room to the downside here. I don't know if futures are going to keep selling off though. Futures are really pushing on 39.80. I think they've stabilized, so they might push up again. Fuck your stops. Yeah. Shorted BTU at 29. Expiring 12.16. Am I regarded? Why would you short BTU? I don't look at the charts. I look at the current amount of viewers and decide my plays accordingly. Setting up a GoFundMe right now. If you guys could, please hit the like. It's a big help. Wait, the whole Anemoy thing is just MACD? Pretty much, yeah. It's like faster MACD. You'll find that most like fake technical indicators are either MACD or RSI. And they've been tuned in some way. Like Boom Hunter Pro is RSI plus a slow and a fast moving average, right? Do you have like I think it's like an 8 and a 20. So it's interesting is futures are already at the neckline, so they're already kind of stable. SPX is just dropping off now, but I think SPX should find stability probably right around here, maybe a little above 39.65, which would be bullish, but it could fall to 39.65. And then for ES, it looks like it already found support at 39.71 and starting to turn back up. So stop loss hunts in this range, right? And then maybe like at the money entries. See, now I want to trade more 0DTs. That's just not healthy. God, it's such a nice setup though. Which futures do you track? I mean, if I'm trading SPX, like ES1 and 2, I don't track them too closely, but I watch them. I just want to say hello. Your stream yesterday changed my life. I'm not shorting MMTLP. I'm at and officially a Kia boy. Nice. I need to free up some cash for reasons. Is selling Gen 25 Apple 175 200 calls the worst idea? At some point, I believe I'll buy them back with 50% profits in the second half of 2023. You're selling them out of the money? That doesn't seem worthwhile. I love watching you trade 0DT SPX contracts. Don't ever stop. Well, now I've got to do it from $5,000 because I transferred the extra cash out to my other account. So fewer 0DT trades every day and not as heavily leveraged. I don't think the stream account needs to be like greater than 100 grand. That's kind of ridiculous. Guys, he's finally showing us how to grow a 5K account. No, no. I took all of the free cash in this account this morning and bought SPX 0 DTEs. That's not how you grow a 5K account. Yeah, I've just been busy. I've thought about it already. It's just I've been busy. Nice pigeon teeth. Gherkin's just flexing that you took an account with less money, made more than you have, and then transferred out the excess to put you in your place. No, I was just bored and I kept buying $20,000 blocks of 0 DTE calls, which is a very bad habit to get into. There's a point at which that just becomes gambling, and I needed to nip that in the bud. Man, if you're getting $30 a week selling Fubo CCs, you're buying you can drip into another 100 shares a week. That rate of accumulation's pretty fast. Bullish for LMT and RTX. Could be, yeah. Glad I didn't short those this week. Hey, you're curious? Upstart resistance to the upside. 20. Big fucking fat hard resistance. No, we're drifting into the midday, so SPX is losing a little bit of momentum. Although it does appear to have stabilized at this resistance a bit. I'm sure with more market pressure, we'll see more pressure on Upstart. Yeah, it is peanuts. It's not they're not great, but I mean if you're selling that many of them, then it's not the worst. I'm starting back to 18. I don't know about that. I think the market would have to drop pretty hard for them to, they would need to piggyback like a lot of active fund sell-offs because they just don't have that much liquidity. Didn't China announce that they were going to ease up on the COVID restrictions today? Ooh, that's not good. Hold on. Gotta see if ES is gonna slip. Oh, nope. Found some support. Interesting. Well, it looks like there's some buyers on the ES at 39.70. There's also a lot of sellers. Maybe we do get the 39.65 test? I don't know, it seems hard. ES, not SPX. SPX will drive lower if it tests that level. Ooh. Okay, that I kind of do want to play. That sell-off is not in line. I feel like that's something bad came in. Let's see. I don't know. I just bought some 39.65s. Okay. Schiller Home Price Index is down. Consumer confidence came in like an hour ago. That's still relatively flat. Slightly improved, but barely. Yeah, I don't think it was news based. That's a huge sell off though. What's your Upstart plan with Upstart 510s? I don't know. Hold them. Just like a meme. Give it a second. I don't know how sustained this sell-off's gonna be. This looks like kind of like a long side repositioning. So I'm gonna pick up some calls here. It's kind of hard to fill on these though. What's VIX look like? Something happen? I don't know. I'm not seeing any relevant news. What about Apple in China? Yeah, I don't know. I think this is left an awful lot of gaps. That was a pretty quick sell-off. How come they create the same head and shoulders on Upstart every day? Cover into market open. Use the liquidity to short. Anything to stabilize the price. Riots at Foxconn. Who gives a shit? Officially a member of the Upstart 510 Kia Boy Gang. Let's ride. Nice. So Upstart buying Kias, but not Lambos. Well, I mean, Upstart hasn't traded a lot of volume to the downside. Any OI changes on SPX? I think I have an update. Might be like a minute early. Oh, no, we got it. Still weak to the downside. Drop is a bit aggressive. Watch the 39.50 level. If we don't get a bounce here, that's very bad. Ooh. This has got to be some kind of news besides Foxconn. Why would anyone buy a Lambo? You can't get it stolen with an iPhone cord and collect insurance like you can a Kia. This market is ridiculous. It is. What an insanely fast drop. There's still a little more room. Alright, ES found support at 39.50. Let's see if SPX does. A little caution, not a lot of support, but a little bit. How hard did that move VIX? Ooh, interesting. All right, VIX back up to like yesterday's levels now. Well, VIX is getting kind of frothy. Is this because of Biden's speech? I don't know. What the fuck did he talk about?
Market tanks because Tuesday. Maybe QT? No. If the market crashes, the Upstart play is over, right? Not necessarily. That could just trigger recalls, right? Okay, so oil's taking the hit. That makes sense. Oh yeah, oil fucking got hit hard. I was doing so well this morning too. It's still up on the day. Not for long. Biden urged an agreement to avoid the rail strike. Seems to have come out around 11. Oh, okay. Yeah, it makes sense. BT seems to sell off once it reaches $30 plus. In August, it ran, followed by massive sell offs in September. October, it ran again, followed by a November sell off. Now, December running again, hoping for a December sell off. Yeah, if we see another one, but remember, those sell offs are going to become lesser and lesser over time as more and more longs are in at higher prices. Uh, Spy dead? We'll see. Oil's recovering a little bit. Yeah, ES looks like it found a bit of a bottom here. Although the trudge back up is going to be a bit slower. The flip point probably moved down a little though. So the flip point might be around like 172 now, 175. Breaking news, Apple officially rotted. Kia boys do a hostile takeover of Apple armed with only iPhone USB charging cords. Oh man, you're really on one after that watching that documentary, huh? How does the rail strike affect oil? It doesn't. There was some OPEC announcements. Super at a price and they have an entity try to buy them. I mean, a buyout would be significantly in excess of their current the price they're currently trading at. I don't think I don't think they're as much of a potential of like a hostile takeover.
What the fuck did we used to do all day before we traded SPX? For like a year, we just watched GameStop all day. Remember when the Russell was getting hardest this morning and everything else was fine? Now the Russell 2K, I'm the green one now. Yeah, Russell's holding its own a little bit. They shorted the Squart. I mean, I kind of expected a failure, but I would have liked to have seen it a little bit higher. I think this is okay, though. ES still kind of looks like it's stable. It's very slow to stabilize and may dip more, but it is slowly losing the downside momentum. Question is gonna be, is 39.65 too far out of reach? Maybe. What's oil doing? Okay, oil is recovering a little bit, so that's a good sign. I could be bullish for Halliburton. GME arbitrage on the intraday is awfully skewed. Huh. You keep saying it's stable and it keeps dropping. Oil keeps slipping. So it's kind of hard to predict the effects of oil on ES. I'm just telling you where like the volume profile is leading. It started to stabilize at around like 39.50. Well, I'm also watching futures, but started to stabilize around 39.46. When volume started to fall off. If we see volume pick back up again, then yeah, it can drop more. And volume is picking up a little bit here. Which is weird. What's driving this? Hold on. This can't just be hedging, because there's just not that much interest. 39.35? No. 39.40. Why isn't VIX moving up more? This is why SPX is so dangerous. Oh, yeah. I think of exiting your OPEX positions given the big ouchie downs. Oh no, not at all. We're still up quite a bit on the day for Upstart. Well, GME not so much, but Upstart we are. GME I'm not gonna sell till tomorrow anyway. Upstart was the one I was reconsidering, but we still have quite a lot of the day left. Apple getting hit hard. Yeah, down 2%. Well, some of it was stop hunting. Some of it is hedging, as you know, gamma builds to the downside.
There's some put positioning at these levels, so. It looks like the initial drop was mostly oil selling off. Now, I don't know. My last update for puts at this level is like 20 minutes ago, so I'm not sure if they've strengthened or not, but it should be losing steam as it approaches like 39.30, 39.35. And then, but that could have increased since the last time this updated. Seems like a very aggressive reaction to not a lot of news. Railroad unions threatened to shut down all train traffic in December. Maybe that's the reason here. Yeah, but that's like not real, right? When will it be time to touch tips again? Oh, the tips are already very touched. Grim 2. We're waiting for them to separate. If all train traffic were halted, inflation will not have peaked. That's accurate. The National Guard can also step in. The train union's been saying that for 3 years, and every time they work it out, yeah. I showed pictures of the tips. Not VOPs just yet, but SPX is way more volatile than ES right now. Bum, 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 bum. This looks a little better. 39.50s. What's the plan for rolling calls, do you think? Out to Jan? I'll probably roll December's to Jan and then start opening March positions. Because, like, rolling December's to March, I'm just going to lose all potential leverage, right? If Upstart scores, does that mean Jimmy farts up too? Probably, yeah.
I'll double check the tips, but yeah, I think they were touching on the 1 hour. Hold on. Second here. Hmm. Ah, there it is. Hmm. And the volume just fucking disappeared on this drop. With earnings announced for Jimmy on the 7th, if possible, wouldn't vol shorts want the price of Jimmy to run into earnings to short the vol and price of earnings? Or no, due to fear of Jimmy being cash positive? Hard to say. I mean, I think they're just out of time and there's a deferral in place, but sure. It would be advantageous for IV and price to both rise into earnings. On the upside, Upstart is at 19, and we haven't seen enough volume for covering. Yeah, it's a nice move today. So far, I mean, the market can still recover. I don't know if we'll see like 39.70 again today. Uh, but I think 39.65 is still kind of on the table, depending on how much profit taking occurs here on the put side. Bro, WeBull should be paying you for the amount of ads we get from them. I mean, I guess they do if they pay YouTube. The SPX drop was your fault. You didn't use Guybrush to stop it. I can use him now. All right, so 39.50s for Friday. 39.65s, 39.60s. 39.45s? These are kind of pricey. Hmm. Ooh, bounce. Okay, so 39.45s it is. There we go. Over leveraging into zero TTs again. The best. I just found out that Snoop Dogg made a positive affirmations album. I don't know what that means. Rolled into some Jans and some Fubo CSPs. Nice, Carl. Do you think the run on shop is done? Did I get stopped out of that yet? Hold on, let me look. No, I still think the $42 range is possible. Still up for today. Might get a not necessarily another entry opportunity, but I think it looks okay. I just got in an argument with a DRS queen on SS. Why? I don't know why. Why are you arguing with him? What would you, Greg? Would you mind trying out the new volume profile indicator on WeBull? And tell me if you think it's any good. I haven't updated to that version yet. Jan 2024 Upstart 590C with 100 IV seem like a good entry. They're not terrible. I mean, they're kind of far out of the money. You could probably get more Vega going at like the 100 or, like 150 strike. Do the math. See like where you're getting the most Vega for the money. Jimmy Holder, OPEC cycle's officially dead. We're waiting to find out. I'm not playing the VUP song right now. Oops. This definitely isn't Freg's day. Okay, ES is looking alright. Oil's a little lower high here on oil. How many puts bought on Upstart today? I have no idea. Can find out. Why don't you just look yourself? Oh, you piece of shit. $3.1 million worth? Not a lot. Most of them look sold. I would say the momentum on Upstart looks pretty fucking bullish. Mostly calls and sold puts. Some in the money put buying, some 55s, but not very many of them. Which just means they're going to be leaning on the ETFs harder today. How far do you bump IV conservatively? Like 20 to 40%? About 200x 395 calls at the bottom. Let's fucking go. Oh, and thanks, good sir. This is much better than the casino. I don't have to look at people. People are gross. Did you see that news about Tiger Global Hedge Fund losing 185 million per day? 42 billion so far this year. Does Gabe run the fund? Jesus Christ, that's a lot of money. No, I didn't. What the fuck are they losing that much money on every day? Market did some down, so it's an opportune time for them to short Upstart, huh? Yeah, I don't think they shorted at all earlier today. And then it looks like they brought some ETF liquidity to bear on the market drop. But not a lot of put shorting. In your DD this morning, you mentioned that SEA 15C3-3 or 4210 are the deferral periods, and repositioning is required. Is there an option where repositioning isn't required? Yeah, if it's Reg T. So Reg T extensions end tomorrow. Tomorrow's the final day for any Reg T extensions. After that, it becomes SEA 15C3 or 4210. In which case, yeah, you need to reposition. So tomorrow's the deciding point, and that'll depend. My repositioning will probably depend greatly on if Upstart maintains these prices today or starts falling back down again. The rises are still on low volume. I'm not gonna lie, Greg. I think that the price action on Upstart this morning was them getting it off Reg SHO. If it's off Reg SHO, okay, you can't get it off Reg SHO in one day. You have to not fail for 5 consecutive days. They've been failing more for the last 5 days. Um, so that doesn't work. Yeah, if anything, they've just failed even more today. It looks like the rate of failure has increased pretty significantly over this morning. Let me look at the 4-hour. Yeah, still going up. So it's not getting more liquid, just getting more illiquid. We can track when they create sufficient liquidity to get it off Reg SHO. Why have there been such a disconnect between oil prices and stocks such as ZOM or Oxy? They're near all-time highs and hardly drop when oil does. They go up with oil increases because they have profits that have still yet to be announced from periods where oil was very, very high, right? Why are failures even allowed with today's technology? Because people like it. It's like a normal Tuesday OPEX day. Cover in the daytime, down till 12:30ish, rip into end of day. We'll see. There is no moon. It's fake. That's the only thing the flat earthers are right about. Yeah, I'm repositioning everything today. It's still on Reg SHO. For GME, I'll reposition closer to like ETF FTDs or OPEX, but for Upstart, everything, all the exposure remains open. So after the last Feb NOPEX, I finally caved and sold CCs in early March. Had to roll up and out. Missed being able to sell CCs on that huge run up, and it took it to like May to break even on them. Ouch. Yeah, careful with selling CCs when obligations are this high. It's really dangerous. Are there ways of shorts to get out of these cycles of high failure other than letting the price run? No. You need people to sell. You need liquidity. The only way to get people to sell is to move the price up. Don't forget that it's not just people selling shares, right? A large amount of the shares being held are being held by the market maker as hedges. So, if you can run up options sufficiently and get people to sell out of those, you can generate a lot of liquidity that way as well. Still confident in the SPX bounce before the end of the day. It looks okay. I mean, I don't mind where it's stabilizing. I have some 39.45s, 39.50s. I have like a couple 39.60s and 65s, but it dropped too fast for me. Thankfully, dropped too fast for me to buy more of them. 39.45s are doing pretty good. I got them pretty close to the low, so. Safe to say fail mechanics are essential for MMs to do the job they've been given, providing liquidity. Yeah, to some degree. It also has to do with the fact that settlement times aren't instantaneous, right? So it's a padding left in place in order to prevent volatility in the markets. Instant settlement would lead to far more volatile markets. GME ETF FTDs for the coming period are between December 9th and 16th. I'm not sure where the peak of those is, but if you give me a second, I can tell you. Looks like the peak of those is on ETF fails. So they are highest for 10/18, which is the first day. So they're highest on December 9th. A little bit of volume coming into SPX. Looking a little better. Although I think this needs to pull back. This needs to pull back a little, at least a little bit. Question is futures just gonna move up harder? That's tough. There's the pullback. Is that sufficient? I don't know if that's sufficient. Still kind of bleeding out the tail end of that drop. Yeah, this could start moving up here, but I'm careful with it. I think it can reject and pull down again. But we might start to see like a something in this range to the upside. It'd be better if this fails. I'm just not sure if it will. The volume's really low, so it's hard to pick up any kind of significant trend right now. VIX barely nudged on that SPX drop. No, VIX went up. VIX went up a bit. VIX bumped up pretty hard on that drop. 60 cents. The futures ran to 4,100. It's not like SPX would immediately follow, right? SPX would rocket pretty hard if futures ran to 4,100. That's a big move. How in the world are the VNs so low for GME and Upstart? More out of the money put and call buying. Leading like with lower Vega, right? Leading to a drop in like total Vega on the chain, which lowers the neutral.
So you're selling your GME calls today. I thought you were waiting until Wednesday.
No, I am waiting till Wednesday. I didn't. I'm not selling any of the calls today. Upstart's getting kind of touchy. There's another day of settlement. If I reposition anything, it'll be Upstart into the end of today, and only because I've been holding those calls so long. The GME calls I'll keep open through tomorrow because I don't have any January positioning to cover. Hmm. Looks like SPX is going to move up. Test 3950. Sorry. I'm going to put a stop on these. Hold on. Dixie's dropping. Yeah, oil's recovering too. Oil's actually got a pretty nice recovery going. Hmm. ES is getting some decent volume coming in as well on the ask. Okay. This is looking a little healthier. I like it. Wix is falling off. Alright, not bad. I don't know about that, but the market's turning around a little bit. I'd still be really cautious of a pullback here. Like, I put stops in place because I think I can pull back to like 39.44. It'll either pull back to 39.44 or we'll stabilize at like the 39.50 level for a little while. It doesn't look like we're gonna move hard in either direction. I hope we just keep kind of marching up. I know, but peak Bobby really quick. Up 6%. It's moving a bit. It's a good sign. How's the volume? 5.23. I had 100 Bobby 350 weeklies. Probably not a bad strike. What I don't understand about Bobby is how are there any buyers? There's a shitload of shorts. That's on APRN. 35 million shares outstanding. I don't like it. I could just tell you right now. I've looked at a lot. They have like potential like liquidity that they can dump into a run, so it's really risky. You generally don't want to chase OPEC stocks that are going to dilute into a run. That's how you get fucked over on D-SPACs and shit. Those are better to short at the top than they are to attempt to play from the bottom. Are you holding your SPY 3965s? I only have 4 of them, but I didn't fill on very many because the price dropped so fast. But yeah, for now, I mean, they haven't lost all of their value. They're down a bit. We'll see. I have stops on them. If we fail this trend at any point, I'm gonna get stopped out of them, I'm pretty sure.
So the downside here, I'm not sure if the trend will fail, but it could. I think it might hold. Well, sort of in this level. Let's give it a little breathing room to the 30. All right. They might stop hunt here. If it goes, if we start to see a lot of volume traded below this, that's bad. Ideally, we see a bounce. If you bought leaps a few months out, you're in the red. When is the best point to roll? 90, 60, and 45 DTE. Generally. Yeah, it seems like there was some like Apple news and OPEC news that kind of hit simultaneously. The OPEC news, I think, led to more of the drop than anything else. Oil dropped hard. But oil's recovering a little bit now. There's some updates on like OPEC production forecasts. You're rooting for your motherland or adopted nation in today's World Cup game. Who's playing? Big Lots looks interesting. You should check it out. 29 million float, 29% short. I'll take a look at that. Big Lots could be interesting. I don't know anyone who shops there, but USA versus Iran. And dick. I'm not Iranian. Freedom versus anti-freedom. If you think you have freedom in the US, you're delusional. England versus Wales is today also. Oh, that's gonna like start some riots, isn't it? Okay, we're getting a bounce. That's good. Let's say on the 5-minute we look good for like 39.55, but the fucking volume is still super low. It's so much harder to analyze SPX when it has no fucking volume. What's up, Knight? Jimmy is the most stable stock in the market. Did you see the fight between England and Wales fans and that Tenerife club the other day? A good minute and a half. No, I didn't.
Any thoughts on JPAS speaking tomorrow? It'll be important. Fair enough, Spider. I'm not gonna. I don't disagree with you on that. It's just that freedom is relative, right? USA is planning to do a 5-plane Blackbird flyover at the start of the game today. Okay. How important do you expect the GDP data tomorrow AM to be on the moving market? Could be fairly relevant. It depends. It's been mostly showing improvement. Thank you, Carl, for not making me see that. XRT come off Reg SHO on 11/21. XRT came off Reg SHO on 11/18. You're an idiot, Knight. Where the fuck are they getting liquidity on Upstart? ETFs? It doesn't look like they're buying a lot of puts, so ETFs and the lending pool had some liquidity this morning. Borrowable shares were at what, 20,000 at market open? Or 150,000, I think they peaked at. So there's some shorts there as well. If you look at VWAP, the volume traded since the drop has been extremely inconsequential compared to the volume traded on the rise this morning, right? So, you know, they've managed to get the price down with very little volume. Got some Jan 2025 Cs. Upstart today, or wait a couple days and go for some March 17s. Jan 2025 C. Or wait a couple days and go for March 17s. Up to you. I mean, you could always get the 25s and then roll them. Like, probably won't be a lot of price change on them in a few days. Investor Place is saying we should short GME because Icon is short bag holding. Back to selling CCs in single, double, triples, occasional home run with pickles picks. Ivy on Upstart still elevated from this morning's run up for sure. Yeah, it is. Ivy's definitely still up a bit. Not as much as it was when we were testing 1988, but still up. Do you think shorts are out of GME given the November NOPEX? No, I still think they have a deferral. There's no liquidity has been returned to the stock. So the last time any liquidity was created was October 31st, and it wasn't much. And they're just about out of that now. The market is pointing for 0.5 in December. What are your expectations for the Fed? 0.5 to 0.75? It'll depend on this. I'm sure it'll depend on the CPI data and the PCE data tomorrow. PCE is tomorrow or Thursday? Hold on. I think it's Thursday. Yeah, PCE on Thursday. Well, both of those will weigh pretty heavily. So that was kind of interesting. All right. Well, SPX is going to pick a direction here. Not sure it's super bullish. A 5-minute, it looks like we could kind of pull back to 39.45, 39.46. Maybe further. I'm going to get stopped out here, I think. Yep. Alright, well, that wasn't terrible. So now 39.50s, maybe? I'll wait. I wouldn't go long on a bounce here. I'd be careful. Like, this can still fall kind of back to this level, I think. I don't think Upstart's covering is done. How are they deferring? Either Reg T, SEA 15C3-3, or FINRA 4210. We'll only know based on the timing of the covering. Was that the covering? No. It's not sufficient. Insufficient volume. Also, don't forget, we can track the liquidity levels. Like, the liquidity has not been returned. It has only been drained. Like, liquidity on Upstart today is even fucking lower than when the day started. Yield curve gonna push to de-invert. That's bullish as fuck. Really? Which one? December ETF FTDs don't look super compelling. If I'm gonna be honest. 210? Okay. Yeah, but even if it starts moving towards reversion, that's gonna be pretty bullish. How does GME liquidity look today? It's still like garbage. They haven't covered anything. That's what I'm trying to. I don't know. I don't know any other way to tell you guys. There's been no covering. All the liquidity that you're seeing on the lit exchanges is mostly synthetic. According to the screenshot you posted, GME could be deferred to December 15th at the latest. Yeah, they both could be. That's why I said after tomorrow I reposition, right? Because after tomorrow Reg T is off the table. Right, and then we still have to use the process of elimination because we can't call up FINRA and be like, hey, what Rex code is being used on this position. They're not going to tell us. Unfortunately. It'd be really cool if they would. No, I think the criteria for extremely low liquidity is about as stringent as it can feasibly be. I mean, GME is at historically low liquidity levels right now, as is Upstart. They're pretty stringent already. Is trend on SPX about to fail? I don't know. Stabilize? I don't know if it's gonna fail. It looks right now it just looks stable, but it's SPX, right? So that just means that it can break either way. I think it's gonna continue to be bullish, but in a slightly lower and broader channel. Which is a good sign, right? Because that means that the bear flag has broken down. And then, if we get stability in a higher range, then, that gives us more room to move up. But I think this, obviously we're looking for a higher low here. Or at least moderately higher low here. And we're either going to look for some consolidation or we're going to look for, a new uptrend to start forming. If it starts to pick up volatility, I would just stay away from it. So if we see like a bullhorn start forming, it's probably best not to try to play it. Since liquidity is gone in Jimmy, does it seem like they're praying for a market downturn? So index funds sell off shares. The timing given the SPX resistance trend line seems that way. Yeah, but it's just a trend line. Like it doesn't actually mean anything. Like everyone just drew a line on the market and they think they're a fucking rock star, but that's not necessarily how it works. And if you look at like the longer trend and the recovery on SPX, it's actually still really bullish. Like it looks like SPX bottomed out on that last drop, and this is like a bullish recovery. Down on the day, but I mean, zoom out a little, right? Like this turnaround is. If look at the stability of it compared to August, right? Like August was like a bunch of big moves to the upside, but they destabilized really quickly and it started falling back down again, right? But this has gone through an SLD period now and it's still remaining strong to the upside. If you look at like the other peaks, right? These all peaked going into the SLD periods and then fell off, right? Like March into April, which fell off really hard. June also fell off really hard going into SLD. August fell off super hard. And then this has actually been fairly stable. The inflation data coming in hot and the potential for PCE to be down this week. Definitely have the shorts a bit scared to leverage more. I can say that much. Like the shorts are not positioning heavily for what should just be a drop, right? Also, we still haven't really tested that resistance. Okay, so this is where I think I enter 3950s again. Yeah, I like this. This is looking better. Still weak, but more ups, probably. Jimmy's recovering pretty nicely. Yeah, but the double top already failed, right? And we're starting. I mean, we're even seeing a slowdown into today. If we hold this trend, like that's already the baseline for the double top, right? And we haven't even fallen all the way down to that. Like, just from a technical perspective, like, this turnaround is still bullish. Just because it has pullbacks doesn't mean that the long-term trend has become bearish. I have puts too. It's not like I'm not unprepared for there to be more downside. There definitely could be. If it's not Reg T, if it gets into 15C 3-3, it can be up to like 30 days. So it could be all the way out into December OPEX. 4210 would be just before. So if we start running before December OPEX, that indicates that it's more likely a 4210 deferral. Here's the cool thing is that we know that obligations have been at least cash settled on XRT. We also know that those obligations have not been covered in the market, right? And so XRT hasn't received that cash yet. Remember, in that transaction between the short seller and the ETF, there's a third party who can also take advantage of FINRA deferrals. So that third party who's brokering that ACH transfer, they can ride out the deferral, all the way out and until XRT gets the money, right? So short vol players are fucked because vol's not, shorts aren't being covered and vol's not going up. XRT is fucked because they have no cash. I mean, they have like $500,000 on hand, which is insanely low. And they can't balance their NAV, right? So it's kind of like everyone's in stasis right now, and we're not seeing anything break, right? So until we see liquidity come in, the potential for it to come in is there. It's mean reverting. Market maker, cough cough. Yeah, I know, Gaff. Check DM, not intraday stuff, so calm down, chat. Ooh, interesting. I don't know. It doesn't seem like statistically significant, right? This does look like it's gonna pull back. SPX looks like it's gonna pull back to. Hold on, let me look at the 1 minute. Fuck, I don't know. It could pull back to the same low. Do I just straddle here? This is tricky. I don't know if it's gonna bounce from the descending like consolidation. I think a straddle here would actually be really good. For tax purposes, is there any chance that Rev RQ is relisted before the end of the year? Probably not. No. Not unless there's it could be bought out before the end of the year. That doesn't seem statistically significant as the story of my entire GME experience. I wasn't looking at GME. I was looking at like VIX and EX, or ES. Isn't the reason they allow XRT to be a liquidity machine is because they balance their NAV? So if they're having trouble doing that, wouldn't the SEC in theory start to care? Well, not as long as there's a deferral in place. if that deferral were to end and the NAV was still in balance, then yeah, that could be a problem. Also, is SEC paying attention? I don't know how much the SEC cares. They've known about the problems with XRT for over a decade. You see, me Kevin now has his own ETF named PP. Jesus Christ. I thought he was just selling meats. Why is he opening an ETF? No, I think this move up is a fake out. Don't be tricked. Am I gonna fall for the bait? Ooh, maybe I am. Alright. I think that's enough 39.50s. BBBY is up 8% today. What the fuck? You know, you could also just say 25 cents. And playing the upside here feels like a trap because I think I can fall back to like 39.44. But 39.50s are kind of cheap right now, so I've also got to weigh that. It's just a little volatile on the low volume. It's making it difficult to determine which way it's going to go. I should probably straddle it. I should probably just straddle 39.45 here. But I don't want to limit my upside. ETF restructuring and support was a contributing motivation to move forward with full CNS automation. Took overhead of obligation rollover out of manual action hands. Built crime tough. Nice. Hey Greg, logged in, saw your update on deferral periods. How do ETF FTDs get satisfied without liquidity if deferral goes into that period? I mean, the only way to satisfy them is with CNS, but volume is so low because the underlying's so illiquid that CNS is becoming more and more inefficient as the fail to volume ratio continues to climb. When Upstart VUPs, be patient. The shorts are no less fucked than they were last night, and they're no less fucked than they were this morning. They're the same level. Actually, they're a slightly greater level of fucked than they were. It's minimal, because not a lot of volumes traded, but still a little more fucked. Did you ban Torque? Or you're trying to hide the sex bot? I got an $1,800 TV for $650 on Black Friday. Granted, it was open box, but thanks for the home furnishing advice. Congratulations, man. CNS, CNS, CNS. Are you disparaging our Lord and Savior? VWAP? Never. No, I'm not disparaging CNS. But CNS is still can still be exposed to inefficiencies. Even as efficient as it really is, and I understand fully how efficient CNS is, sometimes, just sometimes, it breaks down.
Are Upstart shorts more fucked than the collective IQ of the American consumer? It's, uh, what a tough question. How high do you see Upstart running? Let's Gamma Max today. $2.50 above that. Would it be the same? It would be the same deferral for everything. Provided obligations are being settled in the same way, then yeah, it would be the same deferral across the board. CNS breaks down when sustained overflow of obligations overruns CNS's ability to sneak order flow with minimal price movement. Yeah. CNS, well, more that CNS breaks down when there is not enough volume to not enough excess volume to sufficiently satisfy order flow of FTDs. It really doesn't. The price movement's not really relevant to the efficiency of CNS. Like as you know, when obligations are high, CNS can impact the price quite a lot, right? I think you meant to say that sometimes the entire market fails around CNS. CNS doesn't become less efficient. Math just struggles to keep up with it. Hey, Greg, sorry if you have repeated. I heard you in the background, but couldn't pay attention. What's your plan with your OPEX GME calls? Holding them till tomorrow, then rolling them. No, maybe not rolling, but more like closing them tomorrow and then reopening them closer to the ETF FTD period and the 4210 slash 15C3 3 deferral period. Upstart, I'm going to roll because Upstart's still on Reg SHO. So I want to maintain open exposure. Don't forget, I also just have, like closer to 200,000 shares of GME exposure anyway. So there's never a point in time which I'm not super exposed to GameStop. So one of the reasons I'm kind of managing those two a little bit differently. Hidden deferrals is why you buy Theta. Yeah, Theta's great. Do you respect JFresh more as a troll or as a quant? Because he's an amazing troll when he gets going. Probably troll, but it's close. Tomorrow. To take my GMECC money and buy 100% Upstart leaps when IV is low, or do I spend it on increasing my Pickles picks position and get more practice? Up to you, man. That's a decision you gotta make. Can you explain the term open exposure as it relates to your options position date-wise? So I'm going to maintain Upstart January exposure. I'm going to roll out December exposure to January. As we move closer to the OPEX period, I will probably start opening, closer to the next deferral potential period and closer to the next OPEX period, I'll probably start moving into like March calls.
Depending on the liquidity, it'll be March or June. As far as GME goes, I'll probably close my calls tomorrow if nothing happens. Sell some covered calls out of the money into the end of the week. So the second, not very far dated ones. And then reopen exposure sometime around the 7th or 8th. Nice taking off Friday. Good luck, man. For small port players, did you reposition Upstart to Jan? Or take capital to position for PCE, CPI, FOMC? Oh, that's tough. I don't know. I like this. That's a nice breakup. Watch the 39.55 level. It could present some hazard. This might be a strong resistance. Should I take profits on these? Jesus Christ, I have a lot of them. Why didn't anybody tell me to stop buying 39.50s? Yeah, it's just, I mean, you've got to decide on what you're more confident in. I mean, what are you going to do for CPI FOMC? Like straddle it, right? I suppose that'd be why you need the excess capital. Did it choice or just Upstart again at 400 in the next few months, or is it impossible? That sounds extremely unlikely. You would need like a true short squeeze for that to happen. I don't really think those are possible. Upstart could go up a lot, and it could generate a lot of FOMO. But I don't think it's going to go to $400. Like, why even try to like plan for that or bet on it? Like, if that happens, it's a complete black swan event. It's outside of any rational analysis. So what do you want from that price target? Like, you're just trying to like pump up your hope or something? Like, my price target right now on an Upstart run is like $27, and you're like, what about 400? Like just don't be dumb. I have consistently told you to stop buying both equities and options. You know what, Gaff? I'm up like 3,600% this year, and all your crypto's in the gutter. Did you see my Ko-Fi? I'm just gonna try to get a feel for the short position level. Oh, sorry, I didn't. On a scale of eunuch to a new Dan grinding away behind that dumpster, how fucked are the Upstart shorts? Do eunuchs get fucked a lot? The scale makes no sense. Do new Dans get fucked more than like one that's built up a clientele over time? You'd think new Dans would have harder time finding business initially until, they got some momentum. I mean, a Dan is just an entrepreneur, right? Sounds like crime to me. Fuck your SPX calls. They're in the money again, buddy. Why is it every time I buy calls, you buy puts? How often are you winning with that strategy, Weekly Zarama? Also, Gaff, don't forget the last time you bought equities, you got a free vacation. Unix don't at all, and new Dans are fresh and working real hard at the beginning. Okay. Taking all clients. Old Dans don't get new clients, just repeats. I see. Then closer to new Dan, maybe like a novice. Is that a real word? Novitiate? No. Initiate? Novice? I feel like you can combine them to both of those. That's got to be a real word. Somewhere, someone's written that. I'm going to use it. No, fuck you. I'm going to use it anyway. Now it's publicized. I'm going to spell it like this. It's my word. You know what? It's English. Let's have fun with it. It is a real word? Wait, really? No way. Holy shit, it is. Perfect. And it fits in perfectly with the religious cult theme. Fuck you, BMG. And tell me what words I can make up that are real. BBBY up 13%. Good for it. That's probably really great if you own a bunch of stock at $3. Although I suspect most people own stock at $4 and $5. We could find out like the average cost, or roughly the average cost on BBBY. Do we want to do that? Let's do it. So first thing we're going to do is we'll anchor VWAP at Cohen's buy-in. Then so it looks like the majority of people have a cost basis somewhere between 459 and 552. And then there are some people, kind of an embarrassing number of them actually, that have a cost basis somewhere around $10 to $12. And an even smaller but still quite large group of people with a cost basis somewhere between 12 and 13. Also, nobody's really been buying in this new low range. Like, volume has remained very, very low. So people aren't really averaging down a lot either. Although I suppose I could do that for a better analysis. Yeah, I mean, they're averaging down a little bit, but not a lot. So stop bragging about your bags being up fucking 11% on the day, all right? Thoughts on SPX? Rejecting. Still looks good. I don't think this rejection is going to be very long lived. Maybe pull back to 39.50. Maybe find a higher low. A little overly enthusiastic on the push up. So I would expect maybe fall back to like there, roughly. Like either we get the bullish bounce on the EMA 60 or the 30, or I'm sorry, the 120 or the 30, or a more bearish bounce off the 90 or I'm sorry, 180 or 150. Oh, look at all that internalization on Upstart. Bullish. My BBBY bags hate your guts. Sorry. How do you average down something you sold? I don't know. Compelling gaff. We can see the range in which most volume was traded. Superman or Candy Graham for Hondo. Grinder has a 654% cost to borrow. What mean? It's expensive to borrow. All right, I won't do that, JC. Have fun. Yeah, my BBY may have a high cost basis, but think about all the people who've DRS'd it. It's locked up, baby. Cohen's gonna save BBY still somehow too. Okay. Good luck with that. He hasn't even really saved GME yet. I mean, he stopped it from going out of business, but I wouldn't say they've turned around just yet. Pi-Fi has taught me much about emotional compartmentalization. I feel loved and supported when we talk about Upstart and GME. And we talk about Bobby, I put my headset on for lo-fi hip-hop. What are you comparing Upstart to know it's being internalized? Oh, we can just, I mean, we can just watch that happen. Volume stops trading, but underlying pools of liquidity get more and more illiquid. Also, the market, NASDAQ primarily, it's part of that. So, if NASDAQ's going up, you know that active funds are buying. If Upstart's not trading any volume while NASDAQ rockets, that's a pretty good sign that internalization is occurring, right? Nothing's hitting the lit exchange on Upstart, but it is on all the other stocks at NASDAQ. Well, not all of them, but most of them. What's the reason for the specific EMAs you use? I change them. Sometimes I use faster ones, sometimes I use slower ones. These are just very general and easy to follow for people. We say bullish all the time when they internalize on Upstart, but after a couple months of this bullish internalization, we've seen pretty pathetic realization of this bullish internalization. It's bullish that they need to internalize, Walken. internalization is not inherently bullish as far as price action is concerned. It's the necessity of it that matters. Can you go read another book on market mechanics that's not written 100 years ago? Then have conversations with me? What was that guy joking? Or are peeps actually DRSing Bobby? No, they're actually DRSing Bobby. They're completely fucking delusional. You're adding short-dated SPY calls at these levels? I have 3950s right now. I don't have any SPY calls, just SPX. I don't know if I'm going to get stopped out of them, though. I might. I don't know. I kind of feel like SPX might pull back to like 3952, but it looks pretty stable in this range. We can pull back to that trend kind of before I'm super worried. I think the fact that we bounced here higher is pretty significant. If we don't fill these gaps, that's really pretty bullish. Security, you haven't even read security analysis? Yeah, it's super boring. Come on, man. At least learn your shit so you can give me a run for my money. You know? It's hard to have a battle of wits with the unarmed. The BBY subreddit is insane. It makes Super Stonk look like Mensa. I don't know. It kind of just makes it look like Super Stonk. What's the longest interval that one can effectively and obviously observe Upstart and internalization when comparing to NASDAQ? Oh, fuck off, Stefan. There seems to be there's significant interest in keeping GME below 2650. That rejection was hard, like Carl isn't. Yeah. Well, remember that above 2650, 27 on GME and above 20 on Upstart, the hedging environment begins to change and they have to fight back against more volume. So it's ideal to keep the price below that level. I started with options as strategic investment. My girlfriend is buying me securities analysis. These books are insanely boring, dude. It's rough. They're dense. They're very dense. They're full of lots and lots of information, most of which you'll never need. You're the only meme stock trader that streams all day, every day. Props to you. Thanks, Madar. I mean, I'm gonna be doing this anyway. It's probably because I'm the only meme stock trader that trades as a profession. I think the other guys just kind of show up when bullish news comes out. Hey, Gurk, it seems like they don't want any of our favorite stocks to MOASS. What gives? What could this be? I wonder. Positive EPS for Jamie earnings. It's possible this quarter, less likely than it would be for quarter four. I'm dense. These books are just boring. For anyone who knows, back in Gen 21, I bought a 1-0 Delta call on GMA for Robinhood, but they didn't allow me to exercise on the same day as purchase. Is there any legal recourse to this lost gain? I mean, they could argue that it didn't settle. Like your purchase, like options, your trade hadn't settled, right? T+1. Yeah, no, probably not. I mean, you could try to fight it, I guess. I exclusively read books on risk, so I see your wits and raise you 37,000 words on why you should definitely not play options and equities are a net loss. You're welcome. Also, go crypto. I love how your answer to playing equities is to play something even more volatile and unpredictable. What do you think could be a realistic price target for Upstart's endgame beyond the liquidity grab if your scenario plays out? I mean, I think once credit markets stabilize in a higher interest rate environment, Upstart will start to get business again, and they're very, very profitable on the business they get. So in the long term, I can see Upstart hitting price targets at like $40 to $60. But that's you're looking out past Q3, maybe Q4 of next year, right? So it's a pretty long holding period. Although the current price is very attractive, and they're definitely not going out of fucking business. Nevertheless, I'm not grabbing the falling knife on the SPX 3965s. Should I reposition or continue to hold what I have? I don't know what you have. Go listen last 3 hours. So none of the price action today is OPEX, right? No, although pressure is building. Do you still think we have a chance for tomorrow for OPEX? Yeah, it's possible. Most of my Upstart flow is just puts selling off and calls being bought. Yeah, that seems to be mostly what's going on Upstart. All right, so this is breaking down. Triple top, it's holding. Why does that look so different? Oh. I don't need these anymore. Hmm. This is gonna break down a little more too. 39.48. Maybe that's too low. I guess I could just stabilize. I don't know. It seems like there's a little room for it to move down. Yeah, that's tough. I don't know. We can stabilize here or break down a little bit more, but I think support's still pretty solid. Or at least the bid on ES looks pretty good there too. Okay, ES actually has a little more room to fall off than SPX does here. I have $20 CSPs out for December 16th with a premium of $3.24. 1676 seems like a great cost basis in the event of assignment. Can't decide if I want to own shares or just play CSPs for income. Thoughts? Up to you. I mean, I don't know what to tell you there. That's a decision you have to make. Obviously, like CSP income is going to probably be more consistent than growth. And at least in its returns, but yeah, that's a decision you have to make. Oh, 1 second, guys. Well, I got part of my desk. So that was cool. Yeah, so on my birthday I got drunk and I bought a standing desk and a better chair. It's my big spend for the year. Last year I got the espresso machine. Which part? I don't know, but I got like there's supposed to be like 15 boxes coming and I've got 6 of them. Aren't those business expenses? Sounds like it. What espresso machine grinder combo do you have? Again, I have a Profitec Pro 600 and a Sato grinder. I got a steel case. I forget what it's called because I used to have a Leap, but it's not called a Leap. Gesture? I think it's called a Gesture. Standing desk uplift? Rocket's okay. They break a lot though. They're not as reliable. All right. Yeah. Yeah, I still don't know where this descending wedge on SPX is gonna go. It kind of pushed, like on futures, it's really stable on the trend, but on SPX it dipped a little below, but I don't really know if that breakdown's confirmed. So little volume traded below the trend line, right? So 69 VUPs incoming. It's already past 1269. Ah, fucking come on. Childish. What is Upstart's business model? They're a. Did you read the DD? Go read the DD. I already did all this. They are a they are a lender. Like they do have lending exposure, but mostly they're part of the underwriting process. Like a credit rating agency. Like TransUnion or FICO. You're breaking up. They don't use stats to make a better credit score. They use different variables, more variables to determine the credit worthiness of borrowers. which increases approval rates and decreases default rates. Do you hate it when you buy some calls and think you're up, only to realize that you bought puts instead? Fuck my life. I'm sorry to hear that, Nicola. Usually when I do that, I think I'm down, and then I'm actually up because I bought the wrong contract. It does happen though. Be careful. Execution's important. Thank you, Carl, for dropping the DD like that. Do you believe Upstart has initiated any part of their share buyback? I mean, they've done some of it, yeah. But at a cost basis of like $33. I don't know how much of it has happened since earnings. There'd be no way to tell. They could announce that it is complete ahead of schedule, but safe harbor laws mean that they don't have to announce anything until their next earnings. So they for all we know, they could have completed the share buyback already. I don't think so. I don't think we've traded sufficient volume for that to have been realized. Also, the pressure would be significantly greater if that were the case. Woo! Pulling a whoopsie daisy there. Look at that. Bull trap. I don't feel trapped. Yeah, that wasn't particularly interesting. No, just more like a continuation. I don't like the volatility's picking up though. Be careful with that. I don't think ES had quite the same realization of that volume. Market makers are out for blood on SPX today. What to make of the big it wasn't really big volume. The price just went up. You're mistaking the price going up for big volume. It was a nice move to the upside. Pressure is mounting, right? When the market is trending up, that seems to be applying quite a lot of pressure to both GME, Upstart, and Fubo actually right now. So, um, that's just kind of an indication that their ability to internalize is getting worse, right? And then their ability to short into active fund pressure is weakening. Sometimes in the past, you may have remembered where there were periods where GMEs would start performing significantly in excess of the SPY, or like SPX, right? Like periods where GME's acting almost like a leveraged ETF against active fund pressure. That's really like kind of when you start to see that, that's kind of like the breaking point. When these stocks start to significantly outperform active fund movements, then the short positions on them are extremely weak.
I think we chop between 3,900 and 4,000 until the end of times. That'd be cool. Yeah, I mean, we've dropped in price on Upstart, more so than GME. But not a lot of volume traded to affect that drop, right? During the 9 months ending September 30th, 2022, the company repurchased and subsequently retired 4.4 million shares for $150.1 million at an average cost of $33.84 per share. As of September 30th, 2022, $249.9 million remains available for future purchases of our common stock under the share repurchase program. Yep. Around 50% into the far dated puts I want for a possible drop to 3,500. Not confident in enough upside to play yet. Is your confidence in 4050 to 4100 unchanged or weakened? It's more dependent on economic data over the next couple of weeks. So I would say my confidence in retesting those levels is a little weaker, but I think they very much remain in play. If the lack of volume during this time is correct, I wonder why Upstart hasn't used their entire buyback yet. Uh, Short squeezes are a risk. Well, not that it would necessarily trigger a short squeeze, but it could. They have enough money to buy back about 20% of their share, or 20% of their free float, which would be a huge liquidity vacuum, and that something like that could very well trigger something like what happened on GME in January of 2021. So they may be aware to some degree that presents potential risk, right? They may not care. It's really in their hands, right? Maybe that's how they negotiated such great terms on their revolving credit line the first time around. Maybe they were like, "Hey, we're gonna buy back a bunch of shares unless you give us 0.25% on $700 million." I don't think GDP coming out bullish is going to be. I mean, we want to see GDP pulling back, right, towards a recession because, you know, we want the economy to slow down so inflation cools. If GDP is going, full tilt and growth is on the uptrend, then, that leads to inflation becoming more entrenched. I mean, they're not getting delisted, so Revlon ran a bunch. It never mooned, but it also got delisted. It kind of mooned like once or twice from when I started buying it. I mean, I turned $10,000 into like 100 grand on Revlon long before it ever got delisted. There's plenty of opportunity to make money there. Matthew Lombardi. Everyone was well aware of the risk holding into the delisting period. Or at least I made everyone well aware. Whether they fucking listened or not is a whole nother story. Heading into a recession and economic uncertainty, they may be unwilling to part with cash on hand, even though they are authorized to do so. True. They have 1.4 billion in cash on hand besides the share buyback, though.
Well, 700 million in cash, 700 in revolving credit at 0.25% interest. So Upstart could legitimately light this bad boy. Is there anything legally that could be holding them from buying back? Running the stock, then sell shares at the top? No. That would actually be really, really smart. If I were them, that's what I would do. I would complete the entire share buyback, announce it while on Reg SHO, and then release shares at the top, like half the number of shares I bought back, and then I'd capitalize the company enough to survive any economic drought and expand business. I mean, Revlon's not dead. It's just a different position now, right? You got to wait for the bankruptcy and potential buyouts to come in. They still make money. They're still making products. They're still distributing them. Um, it went from being a short term play to a very long term one, and that's really what happened with delisting. It's still solid. I don't think they're either going to remain in business and eventually get relisted, given enough time, or alternatively, they're going to get bought out. If either of those things occur, their stock price will probably far exceed at some point in the future what you paid to enter it. Most people's cost basis is around $6. That's on RBC and HSBC acquisition. For what? I'm not aware of it. Tell me more. But when you were warning of a delist, I thought you were warning of how delish the play was. No, you know when you could tell was when I said you can lose all the money that you put into Revlon. Be careful with it. And then people were like, "I've put all my money into Revlon." SPX options are bigger. They're way more profitable. Notional moves on SPX are larger. So SPX is effectively like 10x SPY, but they're different. SPX has higher correlation to futures. SPX has, or SPY has higher correlation to the underlying stocks. Are all bear markets always this difficult? We're in a particularly rough period right now because we're in between so much economic news. But yeah, they're volatile and annoying. You got to have stops and be careful with your positioning. You get burned, especially if you're playing SPX. RBC just announced a $13.5 billion acquisition of HSBC to be completed by 2023. Are they looking to open a crime division? The reason I buy more Rev was an F510C on the chain. Smack my head. Missed opportunity to gouge the degens. I mean, there was a chance Revlon didn't get delisted. A pretty good one. And if that had happened, we'd have all made a lot of money. That was the play, though. Either it did or it didn't. So, Dad, you haven't answered my question before, but why don't you pay for a Bloomberg terminal? It's just not worth it. Bloomberg terminals sound like Dyson vacuum, probably even more useless. It's not like Bloomberg terminals have like the secret data. They're just a terminal. Like, do you think Rev will do anything before Feb 28th, 2023? Possibly. Yeah, I mean, they have their omnibus hearings conclude in January. But they could get bought out before the conclusion of the bankruptcy hearings. Also, the bankruptcy hearings can get dragged out by like the Citibank bullshit and stuff, which is still unresolved. Buy more 4950s again? Hold on. I'll try to minimize my exposure to this bullshit, but I really think it's more like that. Hmm. You know what? If it breaks back up to fill this gap, then I'll go long. Yep. It did pull down to the 49.44 level. It just took most of the day to get back there. I wonder if I should have played that at the top. Probably not. Yeah, some brokerages allow you to trade SPX after hours. Not all of them do. You know the best vacuums? Mila? Is it Mila? Or Mila? No, it's Mila, I think. German. Meal? I don't know how to fucking pronounce it. Sharks are garbage. I used to have this when I was little, I had this vacuum that was like a canister vac, but it was for your house and it had like a face on it. And then when I moved back to the US, I couldn't plug it in anywhere, and I think I threw it out. But that thing was awesome. I used to vacuum up my action figures with it and pretend like they were going on adventures because they were just going to the canister. What's up with Fubo having such high OI at the $3 put, mostly on leaps? Haven't added it up, but it looks like 4-1 puts to calls at that strike. Big shorts. Dude, I was 8 years old. Gork ghosting my DMs because he can't handle the truth. Ooh. Are those tips decoupling? Hold on, I have to buy more SPX calls. Who the fuck is calling me? I don't know who this is. 1 second. Some of the other stocks I play for OPEX, namely Tesla and Shop, are getting beaten up pretty bad today. Any reason to think covering on the stocks and now selling them off to cover GME, etc.? Tesla's actually run pretty hard over the last few days. I don't know how much juice is left in the tank there. It's down about 1% today. I'd be wary of reducing exposure to them till we see more volumetric covering occur, but they may not have as much room to run. So no. It was the freight delivery company for my chair. They had to like schedule a time frame, which is the time frame they gave me is the entire fucking day. So at some point tomorrow between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m., they're gonna arrive. The Ultimate Edge. I don't know what the fuck they were called. She said the name of the company, but I don't remember what it was. I think it's because they ship them assembled. Could Core PCE crush the market this week? Yes. Mike sells CCs. I know who you are. Why are your chats being deleted? I don't know. Who deleted your chat? No one's deleted any of your chats. FUD. Fubo the 2 to 3 year play. Got it. But at what point do they stop suppressing it? I don't know. Maybe 2 quarters of positive earnings? When they've bought enough? My apartment building does have a freight elevator. Are they delivering your computer chair? Yes. If the basket shorts want the stocks to run, why do they resist it so hard? Who says they're the ones resisting it? Why don't you think it's just the market makers who've sold way too many fucking calls for no money that are still open? They're the ones that are resistant, right? Imagine you've sold thousands of naked calls super underpriced. Scary, right? You don't want to deal with those problems. Especially not if you can drag it out and get people to sell them off and close them. If you can drag it through an expiration, whew, good times. I think they got scared when we nearly crushed 20 on Upstart. A little bit. Market's rallying again though, so we'll see. It's gonna start applying more pressure to them. A little bit of volume on that last dip. Not a ton, but a little bit. No, my computer chair is black, not fucking purple. Although, I think purple was an option. Why should MM care about the price? They don't. They care about the gamma exposure. You can't... Yeah, not so easy to hedge gamma exposure, Jettle. Also, like charm and Vana exposure. Those are very difficult to hedge. especially to hedge them in advance. Delta is not that hard to hedge, but there's other exposure that they're, well, exposed to. So generally the reason we see these basket stocks run it open when they run it open is because insufficient liquidity was found, was available in the pre-market. So generally they dig up their liquidity in the pre-market. And if they can't get sufficient liquidity in the pre-market, then we see a lot of liquidity grabbed at market open as soon as they have a more efficient market in which to operate. The other reason for runs at open can be arbitrage. So if there is a large amount of arbitrage between the European exchange and the American exchange, and that isn't able to be resolved in pre-market due to the lack of liquidity, then it is resolved at market open. Combine that with things like a rising market at market open, and you have a lot of pressure on what would normally be a fairly minimal position. Can I have your old chair? It sounds awful, but I need my ass to be where your ass has been. Okay, so I'll just auction it off. We're always exposed to your charm, Girk. Thanks, man. I want Upstart to run so I can use the profits to buy 10,000 shares of Fubo. My degeneracy wants to fund my future for once instead of 0 DTEs. Nice. I wouldn't... I like Fubo a lot, but I don't know if I would full port into Fubo. For me, Fubo is like a 3%, 4% shareholding, which is a lot. It's bigger than a lot of my other positions, but they still have a shelf offer, so I'd at least hold back some capital in case it does hit that higher level and they do release some equity to get more cash, because then you'll have money to buy the dip, right? And you'll be able to average down or... Liquidity grab it open answer you just gave makes so much sense. For the longest time, I never understood why stuff runs at open. I assumed it was just hype, but liquidity makes so much sense. I mean, there is some hype too. It's depending on the market conditions, but yeah. How many farts come with the chair? One. Thanks for the education, man. I can't wait to have you on my brand new 75-inch on Friday. Congratulations, dude. I'm glad you got a good deal. I didn't think anybody was listening to me when I was droning on about retail inventories getting dumped through Black Friday, but I guess people did. This actually represents like this period of time, the holiday season is going to represent a big turnaround in retail profitability, like across the board. And it's probably a good time to either be in IWM or maybe more select retailers. There's a pretty good DD on Express. They look promising. I've liked their CEO and management for a long time, but they've had some issues with their debt. Those issues do appear to be resolving. So I like that company a lot. DDS is always fucking awesome. But that should also represent some improvement for like GME, Walmart, Target, big time, Costco. What would you say your favorite position is currently? BTU, but I'm super over leveraged in it. I'm also way up. So I'm very excited about it. BTU is probably like long-term holdings, one of my favorites. I'm definitely most excited for Upstart in the shorter term. As someone who works in electronics manufacturing, nobody got rid of nearly enough inventory. They will over the next few months, though. I think we'll continue to see discounts persist through the holidays, maybe even after the holidays. I got a nice 4K 144 hertz monitor for cheap, less than 2022 prices. Nice. I mean, this is the time like to save money over inflation, right? Macy's, yeah, Macy's might do well. Nordstrom's less affected by economic conditions due to the average income of their clientele. Macy's more because of Bloomingdale's than Macy's probably, but to some degree both. Why are you long aluminum? I don't know. Russia exports like 80% of the aluminum in the world. Obviously I'm more long aluminum recyclers than I am long aluminum, but I have some exposure to aluminum because I expect manufacturing will start to pick up towards like the end of next year and commodities to heat up a bit. So, right now, like steel, copper, aluminum, very cheap, coal. I don't expect that to be the case in 6 to 8 months. Uranium. You want me to say aluminium? I'm not British. Top three fundamental metrics to be knowledgeable in. Free cash flow, price to earnings, and EBITDA. But I'm from the US. You look at car on the one day. I love that you're still in that shit. Yeah, I'll take a look. I'm not gonna lie to you. It looks like it's gonna fucking rip, man. I guess the fear is this consolidation breaks down, but it looks pretty fucking good. I keep making money too. No, nothing. Remember you said Popcorn Trader was the prototypical chat member? He's way too clever to be our representation. Can you redraw? You think RC was getting subtle forward guidance with his earlier interview? Probably, yeah. The focus on near-term profitability. I mean, when that interview came out, I said that that was the most forward guidance we've ever gotten. But I still think that's true. That doesn't mean that near-term profitability will be realized in this earnings call, but it could be in the next. I think statistically the chance for positive earnings and positive free cash flow are better for Q4 earnings than they are for this coming earnings. Carvana going bankrupt? I want to pick up another used car, but I want to pay next to nothing for it. Probably over time, yeah. I don't think their business model is sustainable. Just so I can manage myself if I can, let's see if we can see the deferred OPEX tomorrow. We expect to run to 25. Do you see more downside after to reposition? Or due to Reg SHO, we just rip? It's hard to say what happens because we are on Reg SHO, right? Obviously, upside potential is far greater due to that fact. If upside potential is limited, the length of our Reg SHO inclusion will likely be far longer, right? So if we run up and we stay on Reg SHO, stability in those upper price ranges will not only be better, but the next time the stock has to run, it's going to be an even bigger problem, right? Because you're going to have all those obligations that were built up in the attempt to control the run. That's what happened on GameStop, right? On 12/8, it went on Reg SHO. On December OPEX, it ran, right? It ran while on Reg SHO. All those obligations that they used to diffuse the December OPEX run were then realized at the beginning of January's OPEX, leading into January's OPEX, and shit got real fucking spicy, right? That was a big part. There were multiple facets to what created GME's run in 2020 to 2021. But that is one of the primary conditions that occurred. There are other things which can't be replicated, like the number of volatility swaps, retail FOMO, those institutional interest and institutional FOMO, which came in on GME, and those could be replicated on Upstart. They may not be. So to say one will behave the same as the other is kind of a stretch. Probably. Well, remember that when you move into a recession, oversaturated markets shrink, right? And sometimes they collapse. That depends on if we stay on Reg SHO. So if Upstart runs to 2750, right? And then we stay on Reg SHO, that's bullish as fuck, right? Because that means they didn't get sufficient liquidity on the run to clear us off Reg SHO, which means they didn't get sufficient liquidity on the run to clear any obligations created during the run. That's when you start to get a fail to volume ratio that compounds exponentially faster. That's something that would create like not systemic risk, but definitely a huge amount of risk in any existing positions. Fubo's they short volatility on, so yes. Volatility shorts on Fubo are profitable, so Fubo's in the basket. The basket, I mean, defining it as a basket is kind of, I think, a bad way to look at it. Which I outlined in that second to last DD I wrote. You know, it's really just, it's not that they're in a basket, they're all just targets of volatility shorting. Volatility shorting, due to the nature of its defined time frames in which a synthetic short can be sustained, makes the capitulation of volatility short positions something that can be timed. They're on a schedule, if you will. A loose one, but I mean, a better schedule than you're good on anything else in the market, except maybe SLD. And SLD is really just a byproduct of positions being over leveraged in the market. If positions weren't so over leveraged, SLD wouldn't have such a great effect. You plan on being out of your OPEX positions before a JPOW speech. He was awfully hawkish last time. I mean, I don't really care about JPOW's speech, right? Fed interest rate decision is what matters. He's going to reiterate the hawkish shit he said last time, which was about as hawkish as he could get. Yeah, we never did fill the lower gap. I mean, I'm in at 39.50. I should probably set some stops there. This range has been pretty weak. I don't really think it's going to improve a lot. Yeah. Fubo's responding to the SPX pressure a little bit. Jimmy's starting to. This run isn't extremely high volume. There's a little bit of volume on this move, but not a ton. And it's dropping off as it moves higher. Since it is a low volume push up, if it consolidates and pushes up more, a second rally could be have more volume. But right now, no. Kind of uninteresting. And that's approaching. So yeah, consolidate here, and we'll see what happens. I have a stop set, so either this fails or we can push up higher towards like 39.55 again. Maybe, yeah, 39.55. I think if we can break this range, then we might see like 39.60. This range has been a real bitch all day, though. Great to play the volatility on, but not great so much for a breakout. It's good that we haven't significantly fallen below 39.50, I guess. ES looks a little bit stronger, so that could be maybe a little leading. It might not be, though. A meeting just got out of me. Is this bullish? Sounds like you got some more free time, I think. I'm not really sure how to interpret that. Like, what's JPOW gonna say tomorrow? Our target range is 0.5 to 0.75. We already know that. I'm hawkish and the markets are too exuberant. We already know that. Like, there's, I don't know. I just don't see a lot of room for him to say anything that he hasn't already said, right? Well, guess we're breaking up. Yeah, I'm definitely moving my stops up on this. This is a bit much. I hate going from WeBull to IBKR and then having to like actually type my fucking stop level in instead of just dragging it. Why doesn't IBKR have that? I want that. What a confusing day. Fun. I mean, I think JPA is well aware of like treasury liquidity and the risks on long vol positions if the market runs too hard, right? Like that. There's no way that's not something he's aware of. You see it, you know, when he talks and the markets are down too much, he's more dovish, and when they're up too much, he's super hawkish. Like there's a reason for that, right? Like that's their other tool besides monetary policy. Because they can be like, if you guys keep misbehaving, we're gonna spank you a little harder next time, right? Trash, do you want me to crunch more or spank you harder? It's confusing. I'm making so much money on this. Why isn't it not stopping? Jesus Christ, this is just gonna keep going. What happened? Is this like news or just... Oh, fuck you. You said that yesterday too, OG Rules. One day I shall be correct. Huh. What kind of ridiculous shit was that? I'm not even sure it's done. I think I might just keep going. Oh my god, it was the 2 p.m. margin call? That's some insane boofing. Huh. Fun. Dirk, you got me looking at futures now. Is this the next step in degeneracy? Or am I more sophisticated now that I don't play spy like a poor anymore? It's way more degenerate. But no theta. Why is there no pump in GME and Upstart? Well, remember that most of the internalization that's occurred throughout the day on these stocks has occurred within this range, right? Or this range, if you want. So the only way they would need to add to their inventory is if this breaks higher. Because all of the order flow that's been internalized has been internalized in the range that we're trading in now, right? That's why internalization exists. Yes. I don't know if you need to be the one to hit the ask on SPX. It still looks pretty fucking good. Um, Stabilize at 39.65? Probably. But do we stabilize to the up or the downside of it? I think that'll matter most. There's that tempting little gap right there. So remember that, like, that's kind of what's compelling about intraday gaps. More so on indices than anything else, but is that, you know, this is a blank spot in their inventory, right? So they don't have any orders in that price range with which to fill subsequent orders, right? Isn't the definition of an efficient market one that responds to real-time events, Doesn't internalization do the opposite of responding to real-time events via smoothing order flow? Sure. Efficient for whom? Efficient markets are also not volatile, right? Internalization doesn't really stop real-time event realization, right? What it does is it ensures that the market remains efficient by always providing a buyer and a seller at roughly the same cost, right? Without too much change in price of the underlying. So it does promote efficiency, just not in the way you're thinking. How are we supposed to go through GGen SPX plays if they're no longer on WeBull? I said I was buying 39.50s when it was at 39.43. I don't know what else you want. I had some in here. Don't worry, I'll get it back up to 100,000 in no time. And then I'll transfer the money out again. Yeah, I'm still not sure if we're going to fail this level or keep pushing up. We might fill that gap. It's possible. Bit of a stretch, but possible. Right now, things look a little, weak. Obviously, after such a large run, right? Given enough time to inefficient markets become efficient again, they should, yes, because participation in inefficient markets dries up, right? And that leads to the markets becoming more stable and more efficient. You guys really need to read the River Runs Dry DD again. God, that's such a good DD. Even I'm impressed with it. Thanks, Carl. Upstart finna rip this afternoon. I FOMO'd into gen calls on the morning rip, like a responsible degen, but underwater now. Why didn't you just sell them when volume started to dry up? Oh, Jan calls? I thought you said weeklies. Who cares? You have plenty of time. Why do people worry about being underwater on calls that have like shitloads of theta? All calls turn into weeklies eventually. True. I like T plus 69 DD, but only because every time I mention it, JFresh comes flying in. Like it's not actually 69 and no one actually quotes it right or some shit. I mean, it's true. The understanding of that DD, I don't think anybody has understood the DD that's read it. But it was like his first DD, right? So it's still applicable. And it is roughly 69 days. Sometimes it is 69 days. Yeah, no problem, Girk's publicist.
Oh, it's a DD? I never got past the title. So all my Upstart calls are Jan 2023 except for the $20 strike. Thoughts on selling Jan 23s tomorrow, reposition for 24, and next OPEX, or would you hold on to the Jan 23s? I mean, Jan 23s are fine through December OPEX. It's after December OPEX that they start to get hit really hard. I don't see a problem with them in the near term. I'm rolling my Decembers into Jans if nothing happens tomorrow. Lots. Uh 2 to 3x the average 3-month volume. Today's volume is about half that. The Upstart is extremely illiquid, so the more illiquid a stock, the more volume needs to be generated in an effort to restore liquidity. Again, read the river runs dry, DD. Carl, if you will. Be so kind. SPX 3950 and 3800 for December SLD pullback. Yeah, or for, bad CPI data. Yeah, no problem, Camel Toe. Like if you've read The River Runs Dry DD once, read it again. It really does answer a lot of these questions. Oh, not T plus 69. We don't need that. Well, actually, we do right now. Well, for Upstart, we do. I'm about to own more Fubo than Bobby. Nice. Think of the stock market as a series of tubes. The river runs dry DD to me sounded like money would be pouring from the heavens into my portfolio from all the stocks that need to create liquidity. But alas, that is not happening. I don't know, cat worked out pretty well. That wasn't really the point of the DD. But I'm glad that you decided to take a bullish angle on it. Any prescribed readings you can share about how to determine liquidity of a stock? Nope. Good luck. Would you ever smoke peyote and go into a sweat lodge with the quants and surround yourselves with all the covered call contracts you sell on Craigslist? Well, I mean, having the covered call contracts on hand unsold seems not only risky, but like a terrible use of our capital. That DD is not complex. Anybody can understand it. If you don't get it the first time, read it again. I did an excellent job of breaking down an extremely complex topic into terms that even a super stonker could get. They don't. I mean, they still believe in MOASS, but whatever. And did you not make money on the melt up, Stefan? Caterpillar, the SPX going from
3,500 to 40, 40, 30. There you go. So you did make money off the DD. You just didn't know it. You exercise a put to buy shares and increase a position. You exercise a put, you sell shares. You own a put. It's an agreement for you to sell 100 shares at the agreed upon strike by the agreed upon date. So that'd be difficult to pull off. Put, when you put shares onto the seller. Call, you call them away from the seller. Put, call. Have you given up on the School of Stock channel? No, but I haven't made any content for it for quite some time. I've been busy and it's hard to keep up with that. I'm also not a great video editor, hence why I'll never be a YouTuber of any note. All of the great YouTubers are just good at editing videos. I don't think that any of them actually have any expertise in any subjects. They're just good video editors. Like, good video editing comes long before being knowledgeable about the subject you're talking about. Economics YouTubers are excellent at reading articles to you and then saying doomer stuff. Yeah. None of them are good video editors. They all hire someone to do it for them. But where do you bridge that gap where it becomes profitable to hire a video editor? Also, SEO, I'm terrible at that. I've had the same fucking tags on the stream since the day it started, practically. Yeah, YouTubers just follow like popular trends and make good videos. Yeah, but I spend that on market data. It's an investment. Ew. No, it's not. I make like 40 grand a year off YouTube. Maybe, well, 60 this year, I think. 60, 63. But after taxes. Um, like that's how much I can make on SPX in one day. It just does, I don't know, it seems like a terrible investment. It's like buying a house. It took you a month to change the banner. Don't pretend that you're interested in SEO. I said 60K, Lawrence of Arabia. YouTube does not pay me $60 million a year. I love how you make as much as I want with as much as as much with YouTube as I do at my real job, and then think it's nothing. I'm sorry. That's unfortunate. You chose to be a librarian, and librarians are criminally underpaid, as are teachers. But I can't do anything to change that. I guess I could open my own library. But we are, right? We're working on ideas to fund the librarians of the world, possibly the teachers, depending on how good they are at shushing. You make more off of YouTube than I do for my job. Get a better job. I don't mean that as an insult, but you could get a better job. Probably. There's always a way to make more money. Hear me out. Competitive librarian shush-offs. Ooh. How do you determine, like, do you just hook up electrodes to everyone in the audience's penis? Would you hold a 3950C bought a few hours ago, expiring tomorrow overnight? I don't think I'm going to. I sold them when the test started to fail, so probably not. You have any thoughts on Lululemon? Way negative FCF, market cap worth 50 billion on 1.7 billion EBITDA. In this market, it's only down 20% year to date. The kicker is my girlfriend loves them. I'd be careful over the next quarter with a long short, but maybe into next year. I'm an electrician apprentice. More money is on the way. Okay, so I mean, as long as you're working towards more money, right? That's good. Also, trades or like salaries and trades have been going up for like the last 5 years. So if you can hit journeyman and however long that fucking takes, by the time you do, salary should be increased. Fewer and fewer people practicing trades, so higher demand, more money. Not bad. They're correctly, they're rolling Upstart tomorrow instead of today. Yes, I'm gonna rat out the whole fucking deferral period. Mostly because Ivy went up a little bit today and offset some of my losses. How can I do that? I could just. So if I ever make billions of dollars, I think I know how I'll spend it. I'll open up a competing school in every school district across the US, then steal their teachers to the point where the schools are no longer functional, like a spite school. And then demand that the government pay me to keep the school open. But then I have the negotiating power on behalf of the teachers. Capitalism school. I like it. You're describing charter schools, but more vicious. Until those teachers unionize their OnlyFans. Shit. I've had 50K months for my jobs as an FA, but also close to 0 months. My port has yet to beat it. Fair.
What's your stance on physical education in your school system? Get rid of it and I'm in. Yeah, it's weird. I inhaled some spit and can't stop coughing. Bullish. I'm glad you're paying more attention to the charts than your own bodily functions, dork. Congratulations on failing at being an organism. Do you have a price target to buy EPAM? No. I'm probably not going to buy it for a while. Yeah, we're back. Are you going to reform the education system by rehypothecating kids' educations in basic arithmetic and tell them to refer to the SEC for all of their math needs? AMC now sells merch. Win pickle merch. I don't know. I guess when I decide I want live options data. Could Upstart have bought back the shares after the earnings short when they would have had when would they have had to announce it's complete? Not till next earnings. Yes, they could have. I don't think they have. Volume didn't dry up sufficiently. They may have bought some after earnings, though. I will say that that's a possibility. Liquidity dried up pretty hard after earnings, but not hard enough for them to have facilitated the entirety of that buyback. I would say that they did buy back some. But also, 100 million shares were bought by Viking Capital. Roughly around the same time, they filed their I think they filed on 11/14, announcing the 100 million share buy-in. So it was right around there, or million share buy-in. Sorry, 100. What was like $100 million? Million share. Million share buy-in. Well, it's actually 999,000 something, I think. That seems more in line with like the amount of liquidity that kind of got sucked up than Upstart buying back 20% of the free float. Listen, if Upstart buys back the entirety of their potential buy-in, that's like at these prices, it's almost 20% of the free float. It would be uh huge. Live options data is 20K a month. Yeah, but you can't share it. That's the problem. So I can't. It wouldn't be. Yeah, you can't disseminate that data to the public. You get sued hard. One question yearly exam. Does put cost same like share? Yes.
Upstart 19C weekly is full port now. I don't know about that. GME is trading in a very interesting manner today. How many Upstart CSPs constitutes having a problem? I had 2,000 out at one point. That was scary. That was a problem. Fortunately, it didn't go below 20 that week, but it came very close. Got any open CCs out for GME? No. If I open any, it'll be tomorrow and only for Friday's expiration. Are you gonna roll most of your Upstart calls to Jan 100s or a lower strike? Probably maintain fairly wide exposure across the chain. What is a stock scanner, and do you recommend any for someone new to them? It just picks up a chosen set of signals and stocks across the market at any given time. They're okay. I don't use them very often, but you can use them for especially for day trading. Finviz is probably the best free one. Trading Views is pretty good. Those are both pretty robust. That's it. They're okay. You're able to look back and see what rule they used for Feb March deferral. So for Feb to March, it had to have been a 30-day settlement clause, so 15.3, 15C3-3, the SEA rule. But the difference between now and Feb is that in Feb, and this is where it gets tricky, in Feb, the holiday fell on the settlement date, right? And so the deferrals began before settlement was concluded. This time around, the deferrals like the holiday fell after the settlement period. So I don't know if they'll qualify for a longer extension. There's only one way to find out. Obviously, it was you gotta wait. It's definitely an irritating process of elimination. If I remember correctly, back in Feb, me and Dunstan narrowed it down to like one or two potential Rex codes. Can you roll in a cash account? No. If existing options are down, or do you have to sell and rebuy the next day? Actually, Fidelity you might be able to. That depends, I think, on the broker. But generally speaking, no. Unless you have money to just buy the new options up front, or you have instant settlement of funds. Well, yeah, some WeBull doesn't have rolling. Don't forget. But yeah, if you have instant settlement of funds, as long as you don't sell the new contracts, then you shouldn't get a GFV. But usually roll functions are more like margin accounts. Does anyone at Finner actually check those extensions? Well, the 15C3-3 ones have to be, they have to file and request them. And then, that request has to be approved. They might be audited later. It's hard to say. No, I still think we could see settlement this week. This morning wasn't VOPs. We just moved up a bit on fairly low volume. Yeah, I don't know how good WeBull's scanner is. It's probably not very good. Can you tell us about playing QQQ versus SPY? How does your strategy change? Well, QQQ is more volatile right now because NASDAQ is quite a bit more volatile than SPX. Mostly due to the lack of oil and energy exposure. So, for intraday, QQQ might be better than SPY, but less stability, right? And so greater risk in directional positioning. Okay, I don't really use. I mean, I don't really ever use the roll function for options. Once you sell your calls in GME, it's gonna want to run. They want all that sweet liquidity. I'm not selling them anywhere near the money. I'm not worried about it. Dillard's 369. Yeah, it's been doing pretty good. It's up 2% today too. Remember, if you have a question about the functionality of your broker, call them. Drive them nuts. You're their client. They'll usually kiss your ass. I refuse to believe Geo is doing this naturally. Short covering and FOMO. Oh, is that a fucking Burries thing? Ooh. Fun. Just getting home from work. We concerned about what we're seeing today? Not particularly. Explain sometimes after I poo, I get lightheaded. You shouldn't strain when pooing, you'll get hemorrhoids. Also, more fiber. How much PVC glue should I huff before entering a trade? That's up to you. For bearish for the next 6 months, is it a terrible time to buy a few long puts on SPY? June 300Ps look cheap. Well, yeah, because they're insanely far out of the money. What's a hermoid? I think it's like when like a vein in your anus distends. something like that. I don't know. It's when you blow out your O-ring. Sorry, PNW, dude. How many of you are eating right now? Should be sad that Upstart is down. Alternatively, you could be happy that it's up. And it's up more than the market. So, winning. I understand having to wait to see which deferment they use, but why do we have to wait to see if they can qualify for deferment? Shouldn't we be privy to straightforward rules? No. The rules are intentionally obfuscated. We have a small window of potential rules or potential deferrals that they could use, but they're kind of interchangeable. I'm also eating. Please continue. Okay. Wait, are you eating food? Is that a big old megaphone pattern? Yeah. Watching a report up 2K at the start of the day and drift down to up 1K feels more like losing $1,000 than making $1,000. Sounds like you should have sold at the beginning of the day and then bought back at the end of the day, if you feel that way. How come you don't like megaphone patterns? Yeah. They're wildly unreliable. They generally don't mean anything. It's just that volatility is increasing, and as volatility increases, TA breaks down, right? So, if anything, they just tell you not to play it. But yeah, they're also just like kind of an astrology pattern. Will you be my doctor? I haven't seen one in 7 years. I'm not qualified to do that in the US. Why would they not just use the longer deferment to wait to cover until December? Like I said, it's not really in the ETF or the short volatility player's interest to defer settlement. It is in the market maker's interest to defer settlement. Or the APs, potentially. What happens to all the clips you used to make months ago? Do you still post them? Yeah, they're still. I post them in the clips. There's a shitload of clips. There's always more clips. I make clips all the time. Big clips, little clips, clips of me clipping clips. What's going on with GME? They're shorting the fuck out of it again. Or are they getting the liquidity to short? I mean, they're not using a lot if you haven't looked at the volume. But ETFs every day, puts. Not so much the lending pool. They're trying not to touch that. At what length does a clip stop being a clip and just become a new video? I'm not sure. It's a good question. In the US, meet me on the border of Kazakhstan and Russia, and I got you, fam. No. Yeah, thanks to DRS, they don't need to use a lot to short. In my jar, I have to sell GME before year end and can't repurchase for 31 days to avoid a large tax bill, in which I don't have the cash to pay. How would you go about handling the timing of this with December OPEX, earnings, etc.? I plan on selling CSPs 5 weeks out once I sell. Tricky. Okay. I mean, yeah, I guess. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I guess sell at a level where you think sell CSPs at a level where you think assignment is likely in the future. It seems like the best you could do. Or just wait till after December 31st and then start selling covered calls, but yeah, you could also buy deep in the money calls and then exercise them. But that's a little harder if he's targeting a lower price, right? Still deep in the money CSPs for 2 months out. Sound like watch roll without the tax implications. Yeah. But I think he's trying to buy, so he's trying to catch the peak, right? And then sell CSPs out here to capture the drop. So he's trying to buy shares for cheaper than he sells them for. If he does both of these simultaneously, then the share price is quite high during the buy-in. I mean, you could sell at the settlement period and then see where price is by December 31st, and then determine if you want to sell your CSPs there or not. But you'll have lost a lot of the volatility if you do that. Tough. I mean, you're probably selling far enough out of the money at that point, if it does run, that you're not going to be super profitable on those CSPs anyway. What do you think about me transcribing every one of your streams, past and future? It'd be a literary work that would rival the contents of the Library of Alexandria. Upstart plus 20% after hours, calling it now. That'd be cool. Maybe we just rip for Cenas. Do you think librarians are quiet when getting porked? I don't know if librarians are allowed to eat cloven hoofed animals. Can't wait until OPEX tomorrow. Are you excited? I'm as excited as I am every day, JC. How do you future-proof the passage of information? Inscribe it on gold records and launch it into space? Gork, I'm ready to become a real trader. Is that somebody who trades ears? Thoughts on someone posting a summary of the member stream and pickle picks discussion each week for those without time to watch? I hate it. There's a reason I don't summarize the things I write or say, because I don't want them misinterpreted. I'm down 38%. Wait, just now? He's trading unpopped popcorn. It comes in ears. Such a weird terminology. Why not cobs? It comes in ears, but on cobs. When you open a merch store, you can only have you can have an only gains t-shirt. I listen to everything you say directly, and I misinterpret all of it. I'd still prefer that. Do you think today, early morning action on Upstart, GME, AMC was small November OPEX covering? No. Simply sensitivity, lack of liquidity, and a rising market creating arbitrage. I don't think it was covering of any sort. Upstart has become more illiquid over the course of the day than it started the day out. So no liquidity was returned to Upstart, which means no covering occurred. FTX owes more than $55,000 to Jimmy Buffett's Margaritaville Beach Resort in the Bahamas. Bankruptcy filings show. That's kind of awesome. Who do you have to fuck to get a job at FTX? What must I do to stop gherkin myself and start gorking the hotties all around me? Should I just gark at them? I don't know what you're saying. It is power hour.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
I've been waiting 3 months now for a peak in GME price. It's only been 105 days. Calendar days. Stop being so whiny. I'm gonna zoom in on everything for Power Hour. Yeah, but it's only been 73 trading days, so, right? I think so. That sounds right. I'm gonna stick with it. Just till tomorrow, and then I'm repositioning SpyFi. Are shorts most vulnerable after CNS? No. Although there's no more incentive to continue to try to smuggle volume away. How are you down on Upstart? Am I? I'm down 25 cents on my shares. Some of my December calls are down. I think a couple of my Jan calls are down. Not some of them are up, some of them are down. Is the World Cup streaming on Fubo? I think so. Think about buying 360 March SPY puts closer to CPI. If inflation rises, I can catch the next leg down. If inflation goes lower, I will probably just sell and reposition. Thoughts? Seems fine. That's kind of what I'm going to do. I'll close my puts if inflation comes in lower. And then I'll wait till we approach earnings season and then start buying back into puts. Why is Upstart IV continuing to rise even though the price is falling and trading flat with less volume? There's more volatility in the price. We went up a bunch today and we went down a bunch today. Right? So increased volatility. Any thoughts on Jimmy being near the end of a Wyckoff accumulation phase? Yeah, I mean, the synthetic shorting and kind of leads to accumulation. So it looks similar, except they play out a lot faster. Just like OPEX looks like a distribution, right? I think it's a kind of a misrepresentation of what Wyckoff intended, but yeah, I mean, it is still an accumulation and a distribution. Right, because from one distribution to the next, they're accumulating synthetic shorts, which are future longs, right? And then they're buying them back, which creates a distributive event. Synthetic shorts are accumulating GME. because they're accumulating obligations, right? So it still works the same way. Why close SPX puts if CPI is lower when JPOW could drop the market the next day with his press conference? I mean, how? What are they going to do? They're going to do 0.5 or 0.75? I mean, it's like, the range is already kind of a known factor. We know what their target range is. Unless they're going to bump their target range to 7%. I might keep it through the Fed meeting. But even then, I'd be better, like, from the CPI print into the Fed meeting, the market could rocket, right? I could lose a lot of value on that position in a very short period of time. What's your favorite business-themed drama? I don't think I've ever watched one. How do you have drama? What? Like Margin Call? The movie? That movie was terrible. Yeah, people keep telling me to watch Succession and Billions, but I haven't. Can you explain what happens after 13 days on Reg SHO for Upstart? Yeah, that morning at opening bell on the following day after 13 days of inclusion, all failures from the initial T date or the initial day that Upstart was listed must be covered. And then the next day, all failures from the T+1 date, and then the T+2 date, and then the T+3 date, on and on and on, until the number of fails is brought in line, and it no longer meets the threshold listing requirements. I watched an episode of Nathan For You, or what, his new one, maybe? It was weird. What's your favorite competitive dancing themed movie? Shit. Step Up? Jimmy wants to squirt. Yeah, everything kind of wants to squirt right now, right, Dork? What day is day 13? We're on... Today is the 10th consecutive day. Tomorrow will be the 11th, I believe. Wait, no. Yesterday was the 10th consecutive day. Today's the 11th. No, there's no deferrals for Reg SHO, except holidays. But if there's a holiday, then you just have double the amount due the next day. So if there's a holiday on Reg SHO, especially during the forced settlement period, right? Then all obligations due from that would have been due the morning of the holiday are now due the day following, plus all obligations due on the following day. Would you legitimately full port if Upstart went back on Reg SHO if they get off or never came off? Wait, what? I'm not full porting into anything ever. But what are you asking? Because the question you asked makes no sense. So if they get it off Reg SHO and then it goes back on, is that what you're questioning? We already did that. It was off Reg SHO for 13 days, which is the minimum amount of time. Then it went back on Reg SHO. If it does that again, I mean, it's annoying. First day of Reg SHO, Upstart Reg SHO covering is this Friday, 12/2. I believe, yes. Let me double check that to make sure. Oh, today is the 10th day of Reg SHO. Wait, is that right? 10th day of Reg SHO inclusion. The first day of forced settlement, yes, this Friday. So Friday morning. That's why I don't want to be unexposed for a long period of time, right? Forced covering isn't always spicy. Don't think that it's going to be spicy right off the bat. Failures tend to go up over time, and the initial days of failures that led, like the first 5 days of failures that led to Reg SHO inclusion, weren't super significant in their fail to volume ratio. The fail to volume ratio picks up significantly after Upstart goes on Reg SHO this time around, or at least based on our liquidity data, which is, unreported by the SEC so far. But I think we can fairly accurately track the level of fail to volume ratios that way into the future. So we can kind of track fails as they're happening versus having to wait that 15-day period in between fail reporting and the live market. But yes, I think after the Reg SHO inclusion. So for failures that occurred after the 14th, we will likely see an increased amount of forced covering. Actually, we'll see an increased amount of forced covering from the 14th on. But the 5 days leading into the 14th, not a lot. Like the bare minimum, like they couldn't keep it off of Reg SHO was the bigger problem. Well, it puts the internalizers at risk because it becomes harder and harder to get inventory at the current market price, right? And so it makes it, like, if the market's ripping, it makes it really hard to internalize effectively. Because now you're fighting to get inventory with the live the live exchange moving rapidly upwards. Don't forget that to internalize, you need liquidity. So if you can't get liquidity, like if you have liquidity problems, like if it's hard to obtain liquidity in the pre-market, you're not going to be a very effective internalizer when the market opens, right? We were talking about that earlier, how that can kind of lead to, the market, like things popping at open. No, not a lot for CNUS. How similar is this to GME during the squeeze? There's a lot of similarities. It's missing FOMO. GME had a lot more FOMO at this point. It's failing at a higher ratio. There's a share buyback involved. GME didn't have that issue. The price of the stock is much higher than GME was at this point in time. Well, actually, it's roughly the same. 12.8. Yeah, I guess it's close. I think GME was a little bit cheaper, but I'm not getting involved in your screenwriting. We're already working on our own films that we have in production. If Super Smooth wanted GME to go up, they could simply buy GME gift cards en masse and put them in a safe, right? Or destroy them. Although I'm pretty sure corporations have to keep that money in escrow, so it wouldn't really improve their cash on hand. I guess it depends on what state they're bought in. The buyback could basically stand in for the FOMO, though, if it is executed. It's a big if. I would say that if they don't execute it, that would be ridiculous. Not only given the extremely low price of Upstart right now, but also the excise tax that comes in on the 31st. But it's not a guarantee they will. I do like that there's multiple potential catalysts. You have a short volatility position, which is going to be closed at some point. It has to be, or enrolled. So that's a catalyst. You have a share buyback that can also act as a catalyst. You have increased institutional interest, which can also act as a catalyst. So if they run it tomorrow, won't the run with T+2 lead into next week? Yeah, it very well could. Gift cards are counted as a liability, not an asset. Dumb, I know, but there is debt owed, essentially. Huh. Yeah, I guess so. Wouldn't it be like... Yeah, I'm not an accountant. That makes sense. Well, it sort of doesn't make sense, but I can see how that is interpreted that way. That's for GAAP, right? Thoughts on MMs and primes ensuring SPX did not get to the 4100 level to avoid a massive amount of puts. Now they can run the market down without paying out put bets. Yeah, true. I would say that the put positioning is not extremely strong, but it can build in strength. Upstart, Fubo, GME, and 10 Docu, GUR. My blended OPEX positions are down 47%, but up 6% on the day. I feel like they just put enough bait on the hook to keep me circling the waters. Maybe. Unearned revenue. Interesting. Great news. The pretzel bacon pub chicken sandwich is back for a limited time. Ask for a Dan. No, I haven't rolled my Upstart December 16th, so I'm not going to roll them till tomorrow. Yes, gap rules, although some amount is counted as revenue based on what amount is likely to never be redeemed. Oh, okay. Interesting. Do they can collect interest, right? Like if you have $20 million in outstanding gift card liability, you can collect interest on that, right? I don't really know how gift cards work. Time to write my DD and include it with a picture of me burning a GME gift card. Well, you have to log the gift card number and then burn it. And then you have to submit all those gift card numbers to GameStop so they can destroy them in the system, right? Is Upstart a real company? Yeah. Yeah, I think so. Have you been buying into a lot of companies that weren't real lately? We send them to you and then you forget about them. Then you decide to gift them to a viewer and then you tell us you lost the gift card. I remember this happening. No, I gifted out all the gift cards that people gifted in. Definitely. I did a whole thing. Did I lose one? Maybe I did lose one. But then didn't I just buy another one? I don't remember how that went down. I don't even remember who got the gift cards. We did have a limerick contest. No, I'm not doing another. I sent in a $10,000 gift card. It was never gifted. You fucking did not. Also, thanks for the lighting rig. I appreciate it. I can't find any options chain for this OPEC stock you keep talking about. Oh, okay. Well, that's not a real stock. How many days was GME on Reg SHO, and how long after the 13 days did the Jan squeeze happen? GME was relisted on Reg SHO on December 8th, and it remained on Reg SHO until February 4th. You were gonna have a slam poetry contest, but it never happened. You should just do it now. I think it should probably still never happen. I don't think your limerick qualified because it wasn't an actual limerick, but I can't remember. Head and Shoulders, Spy Dead. This thing? I don't really know if that's not really a Head and Shoulders. I'll pay you to say I made it. Woo. Also, your theory that Upstart is going to use their buyback before they get hit with a fine should meet with Perelman. Upstart can hold his beer. They met all the listing requirements, my man. I know they did. But I mean, I also know that it was just ultimately up to whatever fucking asshole wanted to decide at NYSE whether they stay listed or not. Walken just celebrated early. A little, yeah. We get a 10% run into a halt and then another 10% run into close and he's fucked. It only covered Tuesday. Yeah, the bet didn't extend through Wednesday. How much is the fine if they don't complete the buyback by the 31st? It's not a fine. It's just share buybacks in excess of $1 million after the 31st will have to pay a 1% excise tax. But 1% on $250 million is a lot of fucking money. The other interesting thing is overnight CNS is very inefficient right now. Chump change. It's not chump change. It's a pretty big amount of money. Do they have the cash to buy that back? Buy what back? They have $250 million in money for share buybacks, and then they have $700 million in free cash, and then 680 something million dollars in a revolving credit line at 0.25% interest. It would be beneficial to save the money and pay $2.5 million when their business model is not doing great. Their business model isn't doing great right now. No, their operating costs are really minimal. They only have like 1,300 employees now. For a company looking to survive a recession, they're very well placed. They have lots of cash. They don't have any significant outstanding debt. They are efficient and very profitable on very little business. every dollar in sales for Upstart is 55 cents in revenue, which is those are some really good margins. Meanwhile, most of their competitors are trading at serious multiples far in excess of their valuation. So one could argue that in their sector, Upstart is trading at an extreme discount. So basically, they have to be spending $250 million, potentially rocketing their share price and issuing more shares, maybe generating more than $250 million in capital from that offering. It's very possible. We don't know. I mean, we can't be aware of how aware they are of the current short position and liquidity issues on their stock. I'm sure they know that their stock is on Reg SHO. There's a couple people in the leadership that are pretty well versed in quantitative finance, so I would say that they have some knowledge of the effect that their share buyback could have on their stock currently. No, I don't think they've diluted. They've just bought back shares. So Cosm on Reg SHO running 300% plus. Why can't Upstart do that? Upstart could do that. Upstart is the second highest number of days on Reg SHO over the past month. Out of all the stocks in the stock market right now, Cosm is number one with 100% of the last 30 days spent on Reg SHO. Upstart's about 47% of the last 30 days, but every day, you know, it's increasing. problem I have with Cosm is they have. I haven't looked into their liquidity potential. Like, there's no shelf offer from Upstart. They're doing a buyback, right? Which is the opposite of creating liquidity. Cosm, there might be warrants or, you know, outstanding shelf offers. So until I dig into that, I don't want to fuck with it. It's interesting, though. You see the article from The Street, 3 Great Reasons to Buy GameStop Stock? Didn't you say they normally publish bullish articles prior to running it? Yep. They want more people to FOMO in because it spikes volatility harder. The 10Q says the repurchase program has no expiration date and can be canceled at any time. They always say that. A few weeks ago, you said Fubo is due for a reprice. Do you know when that'll come in? I mean, it could come in with OPEC settlement, which there will be some of on Fubo if we see OPEC settlement on the rest of these stocks. And, you know, if that blows up the puts at $3 and $4, those puts probably won't reposition at that level, and that would cause a reprice. Otherwise, the next earnings, if the next earnings is a continuation of profitability and increased revenue and EPS, institutions have been buying the shit out of Fubo, so I would say it looks pretty good in the next 6 months or so. I do plan on holding it for quite some time, regardless. I've bought more at these prices. Are you done with OPEX after tomorrow? Yeah. I'm repositioning because they're still on Reg SHO. They're trapped. Hey, here, walking. Here's the deal, man. If you don't like it, fucking do your own thing. Because you can only dodge it for so long. The can only be kicked to a certain extent. We learned that in February. There were a lot of people like you in February who gave up. And then there were people who rolled out to April. Be whichever one of those people you want to be. No liquidity's been returned. Liquidity has to come back. It's simple. It's not a maybe, it's not an if, it's a when. Isn't this recession talk divergent from a run between Jan and March, which would be the roll? What roll? Are you talking about the fucking JPM collar? Dude, the JPM collar can't stop a market crash. You've correctly pointed out that squeezes are not exactly desirable for companies. In the case of Upstart, they're surely aware that short sellers are looking to crush the company. Yeah. It would definitely fuck over the short sellers, but it brings in new ones, right? A squeeze doesn't get rid of shorts, it just attracts new ones. If your price goes up significantly above your valuation, people are going to short you. They're going to short you a bunch, right? And then you're right back in the same fucking position all over again, a la GME. The concern would be a crash in Jan Feb. If the stock market crashes, longs on Upstart will recall their shares, which will still trigger a squeeze. There's a lot more institutional longs on Upstart who have all their shares lent out, hence the extreme borrow rates. Don't you still have SPX 3950 DTEs open? No, I sold them on the spike. I haven't bought any more. I probably should have bought more, but I didn't. Explain the Upstart situation like I'm a Portuguese man of war. Blub. Making a lot of sense right now. The straight talk's a serious question. The straight talk to questions in doubt is good. I don't ever talk about anything that I don't have a lot of confidence in. I definitely don't write DD about it. Also, the arguments against it right now are pretty weak. I'm sure somebody could dig up something better. Are you gonna adjust any Upstart GME positions before end of day? No, just gonna wait for tomorrow. The IV increased today, offset most of my expected losses for today, so I can hold on another day. Thank God, Popcorn Trader. I was working earlier. What happened to the spike, GME, and Upstart? Anything of concern? No? Upstart has a massive buy order sitting in a dark pool. When does it print to the tape? Anywhere from 1 hour, 15 minutes to 48 hours, depending on the dark pool being utilized. Theoretically, you can use international dark pools and delay settlement for more than 1 day, but it's hard to get enough liquidity in those pools for a big order. So big order is generally same day, but you can maybe defer a couple hours or so. So dark pools clear, right, the trades, and then they settle them on the lit exchange after the fact. Usually it's about 15 minutes. I'm not holding you to this. Was an Upstart squeeze by Feb almost inevitable, or is that a bad way to look at it? I think putting an end date on it's a bad way to look at it, because it may not like squeeze right away, right? It may just run. You need a lot of FOMO to trigger like any kind of squeeze event, right? So it may just run, they may get some liquidity, they may put themselves right back in this position, right? And that could continue for some time. But the more they do that, the more attention it's going to attract, right? And you attract enough attention, and then you have a much more volatile situation on your hands. So, yeah, I think it's a mistake to look at it that way, but I think it's good to look at it in the sense that they're trapped under the weight of their own obligations, and those obligations have to be settled. There is only so much can kicking that can be done, right? Like, you know, you can move things out and dodge things with deferrals and holidays, but at the end of the day, like, even that has a limit, right? And so with sufficient theta greater than 90 days, say, from this point, there's really no way to dodge a mean reversion in liquidity. So I think it's better to look at it like that than to look at it like it's gonna squeeze, because it could run up, they can get some liquidity, they can short it back down, they can try again, right? And hopefully the next time around it won't have as much interest, right? Especially if they can short it down harder. I mean, that's how volatility is shorts destroy stocks over time. Go look at all the SPACs, right? And you can see a perfect like what here. Let's look at here. This will be easy. Let's look at IRNT, right? That should be a good example. So here's IRNT, right? This is what a volatility short does over time, right? Because on every one of these spikes, more and more long capitulation occurs. So long-term shareholders sell out, which drives the price down right? BBBY is a good example. BBBY has slowly dropped and dropped and dropped, and every time this spikes, more shareholders will get out, and fewer will buy back in, right? And so, over extremely long periods of time, this eventually destroys the value of a company. GME doesn't react this way because we all buy the dip, right? With Upstart, you have Upstart themselves buying the dip. And so you have a pushback, and the pushback creates a lot of problems for them because in doing this effectively, you have to use far more liquidity than actually exists, right? And the lower you get, the more liquidity you need to drive the price further down, right? It becomes less efficient over time. Clip? Can someone tag the timestamps in the clips channel, because I'm not gonna know where that fucking started. That was a long-winded one. With 30% of trades failing, not FTDs failing, trades, would you say they need 1.33 shares per trade? Yes, essentially. Well, no, because they're clearing so 33% failure rate. They're clearing 0.77 of a share for every share traded, which creates a backlog of uncleared, and the worse the ratio gets, the faster the rate that the backlog grows, right? And then that's how CNIS gets overwhelmed, because in an effort to create fewer FTDs, the volume is dropped, right? But when you drop volume, you also can't effectively clear FTDs through CNS. Right. So if you don't have enough volume, CNS becomes less efficient at clearing FTDs. But if you create more volume, you're going to fail more of it because you have insufficient locates. You see how that becomes a compounding problem very, very rapidly, actually. And both of those are in direct opposition to what I wrote about in the DD, where the less volume or the less liquidity you have, the more volume you need, right? And so to get over that hump, you need to run the price of the stock volumetrically a lot, right? Because you need significantly more volume to create minute improvements in liquidity. So the less liquid a stock is, the more volume is needed to make it, to restore its liquidity. What do you mean no? Yes. What the fuck are you talking about? March aren't quarterlies, or what am I missing? MJSD are the quarterly options. Those are the quad witching. They generally are better than the monthlies. I don't know which one's more liquid. I haven't even looked yet. If we don't see any significant move from Upstart tomorrow, are my 1223 Cs as good as dead? Or can anything happen between now and then? I mean, anything can happen between now and then, but you'd probably be better off repositioning before you kill the last bit of theta. There's potential settlement dates for 4210F6 on, what, December 8th and 9th? You have ETF FTDs due between December 9th and 16th. You have OPEX after the 16th. You also have SEA 15C3-3 on December 16th, 15th through, yeah, 13th, 14th, and 15th, I think. So, I mean, yeah, there's potential that your options are far enough dated, but it's very risky and you'll lose a lot of your like contract value. So if they can't go in the money, then you don't want to hold them for, like, if they're out of the money or significantly out of the money, you don't want to hold them. If they're at like $20 and they have a really good shot of going in the money and generating intrinsic value, then you don't care about the bleed off and extrinsic value. How bullish are you going into Upstart as you were back in the GME December 2020 days? You know, it wasn't even that bullish on GME back in December of 2020. I liked it. I thought DFV's thesis was solid. I bought some, but I didn't like full port into it. I didn't buy a shitload of GME until February. Like February 22nd, 23rd. I had a decent sized position given the price of GME going in, but I spent like, I don't know, like $10,000-$12,000. I bought calls during the run. I traded the run a bunch, but I didn't go into it with a huge position. I was pretty conservative during the run with my price targets. I sold like half of my position like right around the time GME tested Jesus, it was like I think it was like the first day it tested like $80 or something, and I sold like half my position there. I sold a bunch the next day when it moved up to like 122. So into the peaks, into like the $400 price range, I only had like 20% of my position left, but I was trading it. I mean, I was trading it intraday. The options were obscenely expensive. Your channel's basically a live stock market podcast, I guess. You don't think they'll run it the day after earnings like they did last time? I mean, that's more just like the shorts getting blown out, right? Are you talking about in like March? I mean, the day after earnings in March was just fucking OPEX, right? Generally, GME bounces back from whatever earnings short occurs, or it has this year, more this year. Are you gonna get any Upstart positions to target 13 days on Reg SHO, or just leave it to the Jans? I'll just leave it for January's. I mean, I can move all of my current leverage into January pretty easily. Don't forget, I haven't spent very much money building up my Upstart position. Most of it was paid for with cash secured puts, and synthetic logs on it are still really attractive, provided you understand how to manage those and have enough margin to cover leveraged loss to the downside. But we are seeing a lot of synthetic longs being opened at like the 1750 and $18 strikes. Pretty decent sized positions. Not huge, but like 50K, 100K. And, it's quite a lot. It's been building up for a few days now, which is a good sign. You're still holding your Feb 18s? Man, I rolled my Feb 18s on January 26th. Everyone knew that. I told everyone like 900 times. It was literally the best possible day to roll forward calls on. Humor for a sec. Look at S&P on the 1 hour. That low trend line starts early in the month. TA support a gap up tomorrow AM. Trying to learn more on charting. S&P 1 hour. Chart the low trend that starts early in the month. Okay, I know what you're talking about. The uptrend. I don't really know if it supports a gap up, but it's we have a double bottom, right? At the 39.35 level. 39.40. I think that supports a move up. But it may not, right? We can just get rejected and follow a continuation of the downtrend from the double top. If you want to look at it from a TA perspective, we're consolidating a bit low in the bounce. Consolidation in the bounce above 39.65 would be far more bullish. And it's completely ignorant of incoming economic data. So I think that's probably not the best way to focus on it. Do you think SPX can run one more time to over 4,000 this year? Yeah, it could. I mean, if economic data comes in good, we'll just fucking move up. Calls are still cheap-ish. I don't want to be a teacher. During the GME run in January, I was just getting into trading stocks. One of my first options I bought ran to 25K on like a $1,000 contract. I ended up selling it for only a $7,000 profit. Whatever, profits are profits. You did a lot better than a lot of other people. Okay, there's no problem. All right, listen up, guys. Here's how it's going to go down. They dodge obligations until the week before GME earnings. That's when the run will happen. This will be in order to unlock liquidity to short the ever-living dog shit out of possible positive earnings. You heard it here first. They need to run it now in order to begin shorting by then. They need a rollover cycle of like T+4 or T+6. T+6 I think puts us right at earnings, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. So they would have to run it all the way into earnings today or starting tomorrow morning in order to get sufficient liquidity to effectively short earnings. They need to start now. Or they need to start getting options into the money tonight. They need to break down Gamma. They don't have any fucking liquidity to short the fuck out of earnings right now. Are they gonna spend $1 billion on puts and have them fucking get pumped out of the money? They'll squeeze the stock if they do that. That'd be stupid as shit. Hmm. The way I've been handling Pickles picks is on plays like Upstart is I get more theta than you, lower strikes than you with low IV from Market Chameleon. Don't use Market Chameleon for your IV. Your broker is more accurate. Because I'm not as good at you as you at managing. You'll get better at it, but yeah, that's fine. If you're new, buy more theta. It does make the position easier to manage. They explain the delay in GME announcing their earnings to not allow time for shorts to position. Potentially. Or, GME filed it and then it wasn't, public until yesterday. I think there's a delay on that too. Are we holding December's overnight? I am. You can do what you want. SPX straddle overnight. I really don't like the price point. I might strangle. Yeah. I'll probably strangle it. 39.55. 39.60. Yeah, I know they announced it yesterday. I don't know if I'm going to get a fill on this. Oh, okay. Alright, I got filled on the call side. Am I filled on the put? 2 contracts short. I'm just gonna have to raise the bid. Okay. Power hour was shit today. It was alright. Wasn't phenomenal, but it was okay. Pretty flat. Fubo's up 2%, GME up 1%, Upstart almost 2% up. I mean, everything's up. Market's down, so that's pretty bullish on a red day for the indices. Are any of the indices up today? Just Russell and barely. So that's pretty good performance from all 3 of these. In the real world. How dumb is it to buy VIX out of the money weeklies for life until a market crash? Super stupid. Can you give us your play-by-play on the Upstart Jan strikes and dates you're watching closely for rolling? No. Thanks. I've been priced out of enough positions by you guys. What's that Upstart candle? It looks like that end of day settlement. Too much internalization, probably. All right. Yeah, so tomorrow, some more economic data. Nothing super significant, but Powell's speaking tomorrow, so that could have kind of an adverse reaction. We have GDP growth rate coming in at 8:30 a.m. So obviously overnight positioning is good. If you can't get it on SPX, S&P options are open, or SPY options are open for another 15 minutes. Wholesale inventories probably going to be pretty important. Retail inventories, ex auto, a little bit. Jolt's job openings is a big data point. And Powell speaking at 1:30 p.m. tomorrow. So Be prepared for some volatility tomorrow. I don't know what's going to happen. Tomorrow's the last potential settlement day for Reg T deferral. If we don't see any volumetric settlement tomorrow, I will be moving out my December strikes on Upstart, closing my December strikes on GME. I might sell some covered calls too into Friday, not beyond, and probably out of the money. Like far enough out of the money that there's no chance of assignment. After that, we move on to FINRA 4210 F6, which is, I believe, the 7th, 8th, and 9th of December. After that, it's on to SEA 15C3-3. So you want whatever positions you roll into, you want to make sure that they not only capture December OPEX, but you want to make sure that they capture potential deferral periods for 4210 and for 15C3-3. I posted the deferral dates in today's daily DD, so if you need to use that as a guide, check it out. Thank you guys for tuning in. I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning, probably at market open. I got new pillows. It's been harder to get out of bed every day. Thanks, guys. Check the Discord at 11 p.m. I'll let you know if Upstart's still on Reg SHO. See ya.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico! Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate.
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulond.